Hello, everyone, and welcome to part 3 of our CyberPunk Red adventure. We are so excited to be adding a third part to this incredible kind of adventure mission that we've been doing over the last little while. It's one of our largest viewed episodes ever on across all of our platforms. So we know you guys have been asking for it, and we are so happy to deliver it, and are very excited to have all of this wonderful cast back for this wonderful event as part of Autumn Revel. And I'll throw that over to Luke that way to give us a little bit of an intro. Tell us about Autumn Revel and what we're doing here.
Hey, welcome everyone. I am very excited, as Jason said, to be back with Maximum Mike at the helm here, taking us on episode 3, Cyberpunk. We got the whole team back together. And it started at GaryCon when we had to shift to go to virtual GaryCon. We got this together, and it was so much fun. We did it again, and here a third time, and hopefully we'll keep on doing it, whether it's streamed or otherwise, because this is just this is my only Cyberpunk campaign, and I think I just need to keep it. I need to keep this one because it's pretty fun. But what we're doing at Autumn Revel is we're keeping the community strong. We're supporting our vendors and sponsors. We're just trying to get out there, game. The whole pandemic keeping us apart. This is a way I have found to help keep us together, and I enjoy it, and hopefully you are as well. And we're also raising money for a very good cause, Extra Life and the Children's Miracle Network. The hospital that we're sponsoring is the Wisconsin Children's Hospital, and we've raised, last time I looked, it was almost $1,900. Just through gaming and your generosity and the generosity of our sponsors. GaryCon is pitching in money every single game, and we're hoping to raise over 2,000. I'm hoping we can do 3,000. So if you have the ability, if you're fortunate enough to have a good employment through this time period and you can afford it, go to extralife.com, go to Team GaryCon and donate what you can, and sit back, grab a snack, and it's time to play some Cyberpunk.
Luke,
Amazing.
I have a question for you. If we get in trouble, can I donate and get us out of trouble?
I think that's a question for Mike, but that might be
Mike,
it'd be fun.
I feel like we are at death's door, and I have every intention for the children to pay our way out of it.
For the kids.
Now you know why I come back to this game, you know? We're also going to run across whack jobs like this guy.
You might have to buy some extra rolls.
I tell you. Okay.
Back, Mike.
Let's do this thing. Okay. All right. Okay, so guys, when we last left, I remember it was sort of like, oh my God, we finally got Matt down. We killed the crazy computer that was going to go destroy all of us. And it's looking like we've got it made. We have an entire enormous, one of the 4 largest, in fact, cargo ships on the planet, which has been traveling via automation and a crazy AI for roughly about 10, 15 years. We got control, and that means that there's a sea of lucrative cargo containers stretching out as far as the eye can see. And each one of you thinks to yourself, you know, all of these are full of good things that people haven't seen in quite a while. And all of those things are like Christmas to me, because if we can cash this sucker in, we are going to be so freaking rich. I can't even imagine it. And that was about the point when I did mention that you guys had set a bomb up earlier. And we kind of held off on that. So, which actually kind of reminded me of a really kind of, Nash-like comedy. But I'm going to jump ahead a bit, because having you guys blow the entire cargo ship up and go to your deaths seems kind of pointless when I can torture you some more. So, let us assume that desperately Matt's character skateboarded or skate-footed down as fast as he could. You guys all got in, disarmed the bomb. Red Shirt did not die in the process, and you eventually got total control of the Anne Boleyn. Okay? So you have this enormous cargo ship. You realize that you're probably not going to go all the way to hell up the coast to Night City. You're not sailors. Well, maybe too tall.
I'm a sailor.
John's a sailor.
But John's going to be running up and down the hill and doing all this. It's going to be rather hard to control this thing anyway without the AI on board. And so you have decided instead you're going to be bringing it into a dock off of Chile, and basically you can get the nomads to offload from there. So you bring it in. Docking isn't really clean. You kind of wreck the dock on the way in, but basically you skid in. You take minor damage on the ship, but it doesn't sink. The thing is immense. And to be honest, half your problem is as you bring it in to the docks, even though you've got, the standard cargo crane systems and so forth like that, this thing is immense. This is one of 4 of the biggest cargo ships ever. So, this is just ungodly. And you bring it in and people are just astounded. The only thing that could make them more astounded would be if the hatches opened up and a T-Rex came running out. So you pile off, and that's where Mr. Fix-It comes in. Now, Mr. Fix-It is your fixer. He's the guy who got you this job originally, and he set this up. And Mr. Fix-It, you have agent contact with the rest of your crew as they're sitting there looking at the wreckage of the dock in Chile, at the people gathering around the nomad team that is being to take possession of the cargo ship and basically the deal. You have contacted the person you were contracted to bring it in with. They're very pleased. And yes, you guys are going to be all freaking rich if this all comes together. So, Mr. Fix-It, got anything you want to say? Fix-It,
it wasn't clean, but I'm impressed that you all survived. And as such, get back to a safer location, and I've already got another gig planned for you.
Wait, so whoa. Wait a sec, hotshot. We just brought this beast in. The orange is killing me. I'm celebrating with an orange. We are officially rich. Why don't you line our pockets so we can go out and celebrate instead of waiting for another job? I damn well may be retired.
Well, I agree with you. You're absolutely rich, but there's some qualifying statements here, and there's also certain percentages. Everything's got to be sold. Everything's got to be sold. We've got to get stuff out of the containers. We got to identify what's inside of it. We got to get you top dollar.
Fix it. I'm broke. I'm riding around on rollerblades. Line my pockets here, Poppy. Let's go.
I've already transferred
some bottles.
I've already transferred 1,000 credits into each of your accounts, which is more than enough for you guys. 1,000.
You have enough euro right now to.
What is happening here? This is not how we do it. Knox. Let me handle this.
Mad.
Let me handle this.
Just let your shoulder heal. It'll be fine.
But more importantly, I've got an immediate payday for you guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got the top suite at the nearby, resort hotel. You can go in, clean up, relax for a moment. When you all get there, I will give you the next gig that's going to pay out immediately. And it's a milk run. It's a kid.
Yeah, you guys are headed into basically the place if you look in your agents, the place he's talking about is like Jurassic World without dinosaurs. Beaches, sun, shade,
it's just Costa
wall-to-wall food.
All expenses paid.
Listen, Fix It. What is happening here? Why am I trusted? How could I ever trust you? The only reason I'm going along with this is because we're live streaming right now. If it wasn't, I'd skate right off into oblivion and tell you to kiss my ass and call me in 6 months. But because we're live and because Knox is here, I will go.
Well, man, what'd you do to yourself, Serial?
Question.
No.
Just relax. It'll be fine. Turbo, I question your idea of what a milk run is.
This is easy.
Oh.
Settle in. All you have to do is go collect a few, stray animals. It's not even that hard. You find them, serial killer will be able to identify where they got to. I'll give you the full rundown. First things first, you're standing on a smoking dock. Get back, change your clothes, make sure that Serial doesn't call any of his exes, because we know how that works out usually.
One of your exec guys leans over and says, you might want to let them stay there for a couple more days so they can kind of, get comfortable. Like their
the entire week's been booked for them. All expenses paid. Only the best for the best.
All expenses, you said, right? Like you'll have your tailor meet me there tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I am significantly regretting those specific words, but yes, I'll have the tailor there at 8 a.m.
Now we're talking. Now I'm interested. All right.
Okay.
What kind of animals are we talking about?
I'll give you the full rundown as soon as you settle in.
All right.
So there's a hook
This is not
somewhere.
going to end well. Yeah.
Night City, there's always a hook.
Yeah. What about my ship?
Well, we're going to have to get a replacement on that, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Fix-It, you do realize that you're going to have to make good on that because that was an AV, fairly expensive. And as a nomad, you don't technically own it. Your family owns it. So you'll get another one, but they're going to want Fix-It to replace it. So keep that in mind as you're putting your cost-benefit analysis together. Okay?
I've already taken 30% off the top of gross profit to cover the cost of the AV from the job.
He's very smart. That's why he's in charge.
We're what? Sending you invoices? How does this work?
He just used big words. He was very impressive. Hey, Red Shirt, are you ready to
business.
party?
He used business
Mike,
stuff.
I want to spend the next hour explaining how I'm blowing my entire cash profits in this job tonight in the suite. So,
Okay. When you think about it, Lucky's probably
rate it
got
sweet.
more of a sense of it. Maybe Knox, you're a rocker, so you know something about contracts. But Too Tall is the one who has the best feeling for this because Too Tall is Nomad who has worked nautical. And you figure salvage alone, you guys have probably bought in something in the neighborhood of $500 million.
what? What?
And he gives us 1,000 credits to go party. Awesome.
I literally quit. I'm not going to hunt animals. I have $70 in my pocket. I'm not going anywhere. I'm done. I retire.
You
No,
retire.
some
Okay.
ridiculous shit to invoice and you're fine.
Yeah.
No,
Good.
you're
I'm not going to stop you. I mean,
All right, I'll stick around and see
sure
what happens.
one of your girlfriends is probably going to hear about the fact that you made a fuck ton of money and is going to be following right after you. Like that cute little minx who has all the sharp stuff that comes out.
Yeah, as I say, that sounds familiar. I think we've already been down that road.
Yeah, twice.
All right, I will go and I will wait for the next one.
Maybe we should hire some security to screen the front of the hotel.
Yeah, just about. Well, right now, where you
along
are-
those lines, I've already got a stretch en route. It'll be here in about 15 minutes. We'll load
Yeah,
up,
Too
back,
Tall.
we'll check into our rooms, we'll have some drinks, and then we'll...
Okay.
Too Tall, you are too good.
Wonderful.
Okay. So I am not set up to show it to you, but you know those pictures they always show of the little grass hut-like luxury rooms out over the water
Oh,
And,
yeah, Tahiti, baby.
and all that, which, by the way, yeah, I could show you the vacation pictures, but basically you're in one of those.
Oh,
So you guys
good.
have like wall-to-wall insane food and a beach that just goes on forever. Whispering palms. You also notice that there's a lot of really subtle security around there. That
All right.
it's not like, guys carrying M16s or something. It's more like you'll be walking around the edge of a beach and you'll notice that one of the rocks has a slight glitter on it that when you get a little closer, it's an optical. You know, the moment you start Serial mucking about with the net over there,
Yeah.
and you try to get on board, you get a very firm flash, and basically a calm voice explains to you that as a guest of the hotel, you are limited to certain access points. In short, it is it's okay, but you know that this place is high end. So just a piece of data to work with.
Is it high end or is that shady end?
At this level, particularly when you're dealing with South Am, you are dealing with people who have money and don't want anyone to ask where it came from. And anyone asks where it came from, they will probably be dead within 48 hours, kind of place. So yes, Mr. Fix has hooked you up pretty good.
All right, so I think I'll suggest when we get there, we should split off into rooms. It's probably best that Knox and I take room 1. Beast, what do you?
Yes. Knox, are we buying this?
What? There's 6 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Divided, there's 3 rooms.
Why don't we?
No, I think we all have our own room. And there's probably a presidential at the end of the hall that someone might be waiting on.
But
I think so.
But what about fear? I'm a little scared like somebody tries to attack us. I mean, don't you think it's safer that we're in pairs?
All right, I'm gonna stop you for a second and I'm gonna make one thing really clear. We are not,
okay.
This isn't our date yet, and
all right.
For every ex-girlfriend that we see on our date, I'm gonna knock off 10 minutes off that date.
Wow. So a 4-minute date.
I understand. I don't have that many ex. Like, how do you classify girlfriend? Like,
listen,
that's like a loose term.
I just like to point out that at the moment that I said a 4-minute date, from across the room, my wife said, "Oh, that sounds familiar." Ow. But we continue. So, do you guys go to your rooms as it were? You're not on the little isolated island like things over the water. Fix It's smart enough to realize that puts you all way at a kind of a disadvantage. But you're in basically a suite of actually 7, one's empty, of rooms that are around a central kind of meeting conference thing that he's put aside. It is among the palms. It is, except for the surge of the surf in the distance, it's amazingly quiet. And for those of you who've lived all your life in the city, it's almost creepily quiet. All you hear is occasional bird.
I'll say to everyone, hey, too tall. I'm going to too tall. I'll say too tall. In all seriousness, as I finish my almond, I think that we should set up a watch. This doesn't feel right. I don't feel comfortable. I know it's a lot quieter than it should be, and I should just relax. But something tells me this ain't right. I just think that I'm happy to take a double shift if somebody wants to bow out. I'll grab everyone together. And on a walk, Mike, so that we're away from established places, so that we're away from a camera. I'll just say, look, there's all fun and games, and I've now been drunk for 72 hours, which I thought was only possible in my dreams. But I don't like this, and I feel like we shouldn't relax too much. Is anyone with me, or am I the only idiot here?
Well, I'd like to say that it sounds like you played Cyberpunk before. I will say that.
Would you say red shirt?
I'd never relax.
That's what I'm talking about. I know, but you're like staying up all night. I can hear you breathing through my wall, you freak. Why don't you just take a break? I'll take some of that time. Beast, you've been drunk for 4 days. You can't even get up, but that's all right. I'll take a double shift for you. Knox, if you want to sleep in, whatever, I got your back. I just think we should be doing something more proactive.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually think you have a good idea.
Write it down, Too Tall. Write it down. Good idea.
Maybe we saw those like really suspicious security like walking about. Maybe Serial, you hack their.
You don't see anybody walking about. What you see in placed security. Serial, when you tried to reach in and mess with the meta net there, basically, remember, you don't have the huge net that you had in 2020. you have the much smaller localized nets. And when you went around through their data pool net, what you found is it is a walled garden.
Right.
It is, you recognize that it is a design from a company called Ziggurat. And Ziggurat is kind of, if you remember the old days of AOL.
Sure.
Okay. It's more like AOL in this time frame. It is.
Noura, AOL was a server. They used to have a dial-up.
You got mail.
Noura, I like to freeze that as a death look. That's a great death look.
Sorry.
Okay. But getting back to the subject before Noura kills you long distance, this is like, basically Ziggurat is kind of like the up and coming AOL. It provides all kinds of services like AOL did, you know, information, voicemail, you name it. And this is under Ziggurat computer, or Ziggurat's, let's call it security purview. So it's pretty intense. You know about Ziggurat. Most of the hackers, you know, most of the net runners are not real fond of Ziggurat. They would hack it harder if it had anything that they thought was interesting there. But it's sort of like, you know, it's
AOL.
like 1970, yeah, knocking over AOL. You know,
Yeah, okay.
my mother was on AOL. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, real quick fast. Most of us probably were on AOL for 5 minutes, at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see Luke.
There wasn't another choice. There was just AOL.
And that's kind of where you're at. But the security there that you're in, you realize that, yeah, this is pretty seriously walled off.
Okay.
What you might have better luck doing if you walked the compound, kind of strolled around, you know, with your cyber deck in your pocket, and, you know, managed to hide your glasses while you did it, you might be able to get into any of the direct lines of the houses around you, the rooms, the cabins, as it were, that are around you.
Okay.
So
Well, look,
that's kind of I would do it during the daylight, though.
I feel you. I'm not. I get you. So as we've now sort of elevated our security protocol as a group, I'm going to start, and I'll ask everyone: has anyone seen anything weird? I mean, is anyone, any of these guests staying in the other rooms? Has anything popped to anyone?
Lucky Beast, what do you think?
Hey, we just made like, what, $250 million? Somebody's going to be gunning for us.
Yeah.
Good observation.
You didn't bring the Anne Boleyn in quietly, so there are a lot of people who know that.
Yeah, too
someone
tall.
brought in
Yeah,
a fuck
too tall.
ton of stuff.
Yeah, too tall. We almost died on the dock, $500 million away from a good life.
If you didn't fry the autopilot, it would have been fine. But you
Listen.
broke the circuits. I couldn't control the bow thrusters.
I got shot!
She gone right.
You didn't die, though. I don't know what you're whining about.
Almost died.
Okay. Meanwhile, if I may interrupt for a moment, Mr. Fix-It. Fix-It, you around?
You got me. As soon as they walk into the main presidential, there will be a small little speaker sitting on the desk that will start speaking to them as soon as they come in.
Okay. So, the last thing I will get is you came there about 3 o'clock in the afternoon after crashing your ship, getting on board a limo, getting flown out to this really, really ritzy resort. And I don't know if you guys want to stop and get something to eat because they actually have real food. You think they might even have fish, which is like, whoa, fish, you know. Or do you want to go straight to the room?
Well, let's eat. Come on.
Yeah, I already know that serial killer is at least trying to, hack into something somewhere. Okay, so how many of you are going to eat? How many of you are going to go straight to the rooms? Eat.
Eat.
Okay.
I'll eat.
Let's all stay together. Let's all celebrate. In the name of all that is good, we celebrate.
Okay, there is a buffet plus ordering. No one asks you to sign anything. You sit down, white snowy tablecloths, fans gently moving the air, plate after plate, just in the buffet of really good, real food. You don't see a single thing in there.
I asked for the sommelier, and I asked him his name.
There is a sommelier.
So I say, "What's your name? What's your name, young lady?"
My name is Suzanne.
Suzanne, let me tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go big and hard, and for as long as you can possibly imagine. So I want you to bring us out the top 5 bottles that you have always fantasized about drinking. We're gonna cork them, decanter them, let them breathe, and then we're gonna suck them down. And you get the first drink of every single one of them, Suzanne.
She blushes and looks kind of moderately embarrassed. She says, yes, sir, I will immediately. And she steps away and she consults a agent that she's got. And there's a quiet. Huh? You're hacking the agent?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. She turns back with a smile and says, "Right away, sir."
You asked for 5 bottles, right?
Yeah, there's 6 of us.
I say, hey, future ex-girlfriend, bring 6.
I cannot drink a whole bottle of wine.
She looks kind of disconcerted for a moment looking at you. I think she may have made the assumption that you and Serial were together because the rest of them look like they have more common sense, and then to try and push the issue. But you have confidence unabashed, Serial. So she disappears after consulting the agent. By the way, as a FYI, the agent she is consulting, it has this symbol of the very, very ritzy place you're in, which is essentially a palm tree, and there is a pie symbol through the palm tree, all embossed on what she appears to have is a solid gold, or at least covered agent. So you think it's a company agent, but it's still, whoa. And she goes off to, arrange the wine. Okay. Meanwhile, you have a menu that appears to stretch. It's of course, because this place has a real paper menu.
Japino.
Yeah, so you're like, look at this. Whoa. Okay. You guys have a meal fit for the gods.
Want some antipasto, cipini,
what you ask for, they get. Right. Meanwhile, fix it. You have done some initial stuff. You find that there are some very, very interested parties in what you've just brought in, and they are interested particularly in about a dozen highly specialized and refrigerated, in a couple of cases, cargo containers, TEU, that were on board the Marie Celeste, the Anne Boleyn. So you realize that people have been tracking this for a while.
Copy that.
Okay, anything you want to do about it?
Yeah, we'll need to move the contraband quickly, and we'll also need to set up additional dummy accounts across multiple different continents to run the cash that's going to be flowing in. I'll also start blind auctions across the board for various containers with just baseline in it to get immediate cash to move the rest of the material. And then I'm going to get these guys out of here as quickly as possible before anyone else comes sneaking around.
Yeah, hot tip is that you probably want to get security on the ship to make sure that nobody takes anything, that, nothing walks off the dock. Right now, everything's loaded on and the cargo locks are down, but it ain't going to take anybody a lot of rocket science to get out a torch and cut through the cargo locks. The only thing probably stopping them right now is, each of these containers weighs a couple tons, maybe more depending on what's in it. and they're going to have to basically get the cranes going to lift and drag things off.
I'll send the mercenaries from the Hades Corporation that I hired before this to act as security.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, by the way, just checking in, Jason, I have a chat window popping up here. Can I answer, or do I mess things up?
No, you're good. You should be good.
Okay. Okay, got it. I will just check that chat. Okay. Okay, so you are setting that security group on. Yes, Knox, you're right. Okay, so you are setting the security, and meanwhile, you guys, it's middle to late evening, and the tropic breezes are blowing off the water. The torches have auto-lit around the area where you're at. The grass, you notice, is like perfect. It's like soft and plushy. It's real grass, but it's kind of weird. Is that it's soft, almost like a carpet. And the area appears to have been swept in such a way that there's nothing like hard to walk on, nothing dangerous. This place looks utterly clear as you head back toward your rooms. Serial, roll 1d4. Well, roll 1d6 and take out the top two off.
A 2.
2. You have 2 bottles of wine that are left.
Yeah.
And let me see something. Serial, I seem to recall you had a fairly high persuasion. Are you attempting to talk the sommelier into joining you for the night?
No way. Are you talking about? Like, Knox is right there. Mike.
Whoa.
Play this. I'm trying to make headway with Knox.
Oh boy. Cue the trembling eyes. Hang on a minute. I've got some beautiful music to play here.
I will say this, Mike. Serial doesn't drink very much. It's just not his jam.
Okay.
And so when I ordered 5 bottles, because I don't drink, and so when Knox ordered the 6th bottle, I do my best to keep up. And about 2/3 of the way through the bottle, I start to feel like I'm about to be sick. And so I go to the restroom and start puking up red wine. I do not like to drink. So I'm now miserable and ill, and nothing about me feels romantic.
One quick thing, Mike. When he reaches the bathroom, there'll be an individual in a black suit, black shirt, black tie, with a pill to hand to him, saying it's an anti-hangover as well as intoxication pill. That should handle his nausea and the rest. Compliments of Mr. Fix-It. Have a lovely evening.
I don't trust it even a little.
Okay.
Because of where we're at. Can I do a perception check? Can I do a perception check?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a D10.
It's a D10.
Add 6 to a 10. I got a 10.
Actually, you get to add perception too, which is 2.
Okay,
your
12.
int perception. Remember what your int was?
Yes.
Okay, so you int perception. So it's 2 plus whatever your int was. Okay. And then the die.
So 14.
Okay.
Sorry, 16.
16.
Watch out, Serial. Here comes the ether bunny.
Yeah, you don't think that it's, something bad, but it does bother you that Fix-It knows enough about what's going on in any given minute.
Yeah.
I want you to make a perception check. Again, make another one.
13.
13. You know enough to be paranoid of the fact that everybody there knows what you need almost before you know it, which means there is an ungodly amount of basically observation and security cam stuff going on there.
Okay.
If
but do I think it's Fix-It? Because if I know it's Fix-It, I'll take the pill. But if If I don't know it's
think
Fix
you
It,
would know it's Fix It.
I
And
pop
the
the
reason
pill.
why you think it was Fix It was Fix It has known all along every time you guys are doing something. But Fix It,
I know, but to drink when I'm drinking and he doesn't, does he know I don't drink? I don't know. That's a little weird. But
Fix It probably has
here's the thing I want you
dossiers
to
on all
know.
of you guys at this point.
Fix It is the best. He's always been the best. He's never let me down, except for that time in 2024. But that's fine. I forgive you for that. So I pop the pill, and I return to the
Okay.
table. Thank you, Fix It. I'll mumble it as I go out, so you can probably hear me. I'll be like this on the way out.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
While we're kind of all sitting around enjoying drink and food, I want to kind of
Yeah.
survey the room and the area. And I know we're being watched, and you said that there's this overwhelming feeling of being watched. I'm just trying to get a gauge, kind of a sense of who's watching, who's in the room, and just make sure that everything's kind of kosher.
You think it's kosher, but your sense is that, because you've done bodyguard, and Beast, you really flagged this, because you've done a lot of bodyguard. What you guys realize is Fix It didn't put you in a high-end hotel. He put you in one of those places where the really, really rich and powerful hang. So, if Bill Gates wandered through in his bathroom slippers right now, you would not be too surprised. Well, you would be surprised, but it would be the sort of place he might be at. This is a really high pro place. You also have a pretty good idea that, yes, since you guys brought this load in, you have targets on your back because any single one of you might be used to either blackmail the other guys, get information, find out what's in the cargo containers, or otherwise be used to get at that cargo, which is currently being guarded. That's a lot of good shit. An unbelievable amount of good shit.
Right.
So every single one of you has got a target on your back at this moment.
Right.
You're going to be rich targets, but this would be the best time to strike and take you guys out.
Are we armed currently? What's the protocol?
Yeah, you got all your stuff you had before. So,
Okay.
Look at your character sheet, see what you've
Yep.
got.
Yep.
If you go to the, concierge, chances are they will not give you a gun, but there's a good chance that they will up security if you ask for it.
Okay, but we're allowed to carry.
Oh yeah,
currently.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You are guests
Okay.
of the resort.
Okay.
Therefore, you can.
All right.
Okay. So, that is the picture you get. Is that basically, he has put you in a place where, you're as safe as you possibly can be.
Okay.
I've never felt more unsafe in my life. First of all, Bill Gates is still alive, which is terrifying in itself. Second of all, I do not like being around rich people even a little. So let's finish this up and let's get out of here. I'll say to Chuto, what are we doing? What are we waiting for? This is not how I want to celebrate. Let's
Okay.
get out of this hellhole.
Well, not here. I thought that's how you wanted to celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
party.
but it's shady, dude. How many days have we been here, Mike?
You've been in one day.
Yeah.
You haven't slept overnight yet. You've been too paranoid to go to bed.
I'll tell you what,
I can see this now.
let's all go back to the president.
Cereal holding 2 bottles of extremely expensive, Rothschilds or something, clutched to him, eyes like this, going, I know they're out there.
They're out there. I'm just carrying it for Beast and Knox. I don't like red wine.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put my arm around my little buddy. I'm going to wipe the puke off of his shirt. I'm going to start walking him back towards the presidential because he's worried. Beast knows what I'm talking about. Been there, done that.
Haven't we all?
Beast, why don't you make sure we all get back safe? And I'll look after Cyril here.
Got it.
Is anybody doing any observation around this place?
Yeah, I'm going to roll perception.
Make your perception, Beast, and same to you. What is your name when you're not being red shirt?
Isolate.
Isolate. Okay, isolate. Actually, if you can change your name tag to isolate, that'll be easy to remember.
Got it.
On your Zoom.
Yep.
Where am
Mike, I got a 30.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, you realize 3 things right away. One, there are tropic birds in the trees, and
Don't give a shit.
No, at least a reasonable number of them are obviously some kind of drone.
That I care about.
That you care about that. You, as you're walking past the lagoon to drop what's left of Serial off at his place, you see a dark shape with slight phosphorescence break the surface, and there's a glint, and you see something that you're pretty sure is some kind of biological observation system. It looks kind of like a squid, but it's going the wrong direction, and it like has a slight whirring noise to it. Isolate, what'd you get?
Sorry, just remind me, Mike, what am I rolling again?
You're rolling a perception.
And that's 2d10s?
No, you roll a d10, add your intelligence, and add your perception number.
Right.
Bingo. So, go.
That's 18.
Oh, good. Solid. Okay, you notice the same thing, and from another angle, you realize that, yes, there are tiny lemur monkeys in the trees, which bothers you because this is South America, and tiny lemurs shouldn't be there.
Right. Do I get the sense that they're animatronic, like cybernetic?
Probably.
Okay.
You've got a good shot that they probably are.
Okay.
So, yeah, what you guys have, the two of you perceived is, yeah, this place is wired for light and sound. If you, blew your nose, somebody would appear immediately with a handkerchief, and it would be satin. This is perilously weird. And about that time, way the hell in the distance, you hear an explosion coming back from the port you pulled in on. Okay.
I hustle everybody into one room so we can consolidate.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are getting hustled into one room. There's lights down by the harbor, and you're about 5 or 6 miles away from where you came in, and you're on kind of an island. It's basically isolated. Somebody have to come down a very narrow isthmus to get there. And you bodyguard types realize, yeah, they could blow this entire isthmus if they really wanted to. This place could become very, very isolated if they needed to do it.
I could tell it's urgent because Beast still has a lit cigarette in his mouth inside the hotel.
Yeah.
I do.
Shocks you. Okay, so basically about that point, you hear way the hell over out there. You hear some gunfire. It's getting interesting way down by the port.
What'd you see out there?
What I saw, no man should
no.
see.
Big explosion. Lots of gunfire.
Yeah.
Bad shit's happening.
At the ship?
At the ship.
That is not a good thing.
That's our
Probably
money.
not.
That's our money. What are we doing here? We've been separated from our money. This is no bueno.
No, wait,
That's either somebody can kill us or they can simply take our treasure.
What are we doing here?
We need to go.
Let's get out of this. I hate this place.
You brought us here to eat and drink. Now you tell
I know,
us
but
you don't know how we got here.
I was super excited, but now
Oof.
I feel like we're making a huge mistake.
It could be okay. If you're gathering everybody together, Beast, then the most logical place is that central suite, the presidential. So
All right, that's where we'll go. That's where we went.
Okay, so when you enter the presidential, you see a flat speaker box sitting on the central expensive wood table.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for
listen.
joining us. I hope to find that you've enjoyed the services of this lovely location.
Yeah, Siri totally did.
In fact, I just being handed the current tab. Shota Zerzuzi Zuchi Katoli. Who ordered €250,000 worth of drinks?
Listen, you said anything, but let's get more to the point. What the hell's going on down at the port? I want to know right now. We're in the wrong place.
Oh, no, not at all. I hired the mercenaries from the Hades International Corporation to keep guard over your loot, per se. Some minor disturbance occurred, and they've already been thoroughly eliminated, and your product is already being moved to appropriate locations. However, just for sake of ease and enjoyment, staying here might be a little bit uncomfortable for you and also way too expensive for me. So I've arranged for transportation to be landing in the tennis area to take you to your next opportunity so you can maybe enjoy yourselves somewhere other that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. So
I gotta tell you, hey, fix it. You're getting real shady real fast.
What's
He's
the
a
next
pirate.
opportunity?
hello, pirate. I mean, really?
What's
this is
the
like
next
a pot
opportunity?
calling the kettle black here, Serial. Just saying.
I-
And by the way, I did arrange for the triplets to be in your room as you requested.
I did not require. That's not what I. That was. I mean, why do you? That's not what I said.
Is that relaxed the other day?
I'm sorry, what was that, Knox?
So Beast and Serial got matching pedicures, but then also like he had somebody come in to get waxed, and I didn't know what for, and so now I know.
I can neither confirm nor deny. But
Wax.
considering,
not-
why don't I just present you over this very lucrative, very easy milk run. There are some lost animals. You guys can go, not be anywhere near the rest of this hoopla. Know that everything is being taken care of on the back end, and you guys can make a little extra scratch in the meantime.
What
Sound
kind of
workable?
animals and what's it pay?
Oh, this is the best part. I'll be paying you half up front. I know that sounds insanity considering it's coming from me, but I'm already going to put 50,000 in each of your accounts.
That is more like it.
It's a little bit of a warm fuzzy considering these are very valuable if you can get your hands on them. Biotechnica, I'm sure you've all remember that lovely corporation, has lost some test subjects. Somebody broke in, stole about a dozen of them, 9 or 10, maybe 12. We've got positive identification on 9 of them. And I was hoping if you can track these little furry things down. Now, keep in mind, it's hard to have pets around. They're very valuable. Now, these may be test subjects, but they look like cute, adorable little pets. So I'm sure they're being sold on the black market or any other rich individual that might be able to afford one. As such, I'm sure Serial can hunt down where these are being held, kept, enjoyed, and you can just go do a friendly gather up of said pet. Nice and simple. In fact, I've even got pictures for you. Let me put them up for you.
I
Processing
just want
now.
to point out that if our haul was 250 million,
So, Bill,
Yeah, 250 million is a $250 million.
yeah, there would be 41 million apiece.
Correct.
Yes.
Minus expenses, costs, setting up of dummy accounts, laundering the money so the X's of Serial doesn't take all of it. Things along those lines.
All right, times 0.25. So let's say 75% on top of that. That's still 10,250,000 credits.
Oh, don't forget the
euro, by
security
the way.
to
We don't
don't
have
forget the
credits.
security to hold the
Sorry,
deck.
euro,
And
my bad. Euro, sorry. I had a few drinks.
Don't forget the security to hold the dock, the processing fee of moving it, the additional documentation, and the rest. It will be a significant amount. Nothing to you to worry about now. But I'll make sure that you get the best of the best. And
Turbo, you were
big on this.
We'll see what kind of animals they are.
Yes. What was that, Cyril?
You and I are gonna fist fight the next time I see your mook face. I mean, what is this crap? Just give us the $250 million. We'll take care of the rest. I'm getting real tired of the shadiness.
Well, I'm sure you're going to want to have that into an account you can access. It'll all be processed. Nothing to worry about. In the meantime, you can pick up these cute little furry animals, and there'll be 100,000 on each of their heads.
All right, let's see these animals.
100,000? I mean, now we're talking at least it's a little bit better.
They should be up on your screen now.
So the people at home can see them. I was hoping that you guys would get them on the back end.
I.
We can see them. You can go to Twitch and see them.
Yeah. But we can describe what they are. Mike, the codes matter, right?
Yeah, that'll help you identify who's what.
Okay, so we have we have a hedgehog, a squirrel, a dolphin, a hummingbird, a bunny, a dog, a giraffe, I guess a fox, and a black cat.
They're each labeled subject with usually a letter and 3 or 4 number code.
Hey, which ones are still missing?
All of them are. Subject WTO29, which is the dolphin, might be the hardest to get.
How hard can it be? It's a fucking dolphin. They live in the water.
Okay.
Can't be too far, can it?
Put up some tuna nets.
And then we're talking about a dolphin.
How good are you at swimming?
I'm fantastic at swimming, but
yeah, you're the one to go do this.
On giraffe stealing.
Nox, you're coming in and out. Your audio's coming in and out.
Oh, I was just to Beast. Please explain to me how we are supposed to stealthily steal a fucking giraffe. He said cute, little, and furry, and that's 2 out of the 3. That it's not cute. I mean,
do they
it's cute.
have to be alive, or can we take them in like pieces and?
They're alive.
Oh, damn it!
They have to be alive.
Yes, biotechnical will insist.
That's a lot harder then.
I have a question. Are we allowed to cuss?
It should be
PG-13.
We're supposed to be PG-13. It slipped out. I apologize.
All right, good. I just want to make sure. Because if we're cussing, I'm going to get real sailor-like up in this mofo.
No, only Too Tall gets to be sailor-like.
Okay, Too Tall doesn't cuss. All right. Look, this is a walk in the park. Dolphins love me. Let's just go get these little SOBs.
All right, I guess we're.
Do we have any idea where
part 2? Let's do it.
I've already downloaded the information that we have so far to your personal data devices. There is a transport vehicle, as I mentioned, landing in the pad outside used for tennis. You guys can load in and head out right away. Have a lovely evening in, whatever you prefer. But the sooner that comes in, the better the pay will be.
You still owe us €250 million. Let's not forget.
I think I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's go to the tennis courts.
Okay.
All right.
Who said that?
It's Paladin.
Tennis court. Okay. Beast, you leading?
But before, I'd look over at Isolate, and I would tell him, Udachi Moisin, Zavit Zemu Yukodavsa.
I nod.
I high five.
This is, by the way, this payday is not even a fraction of a percent of our haul from the ship. Just so you know, it's not even a whole percentage point. It's a fraction of a percentage point.
Yeah.
It's like a hobby. I don't know what we're doing. I'd rather be drinking. We just spent more on 5 bottles of wine.
We should be getting people to talk to other people to go and do this mission for us. That's how beneath us it is based on the last haul. But okay.
Lucky.
All right,
Turbo has always looked after
Sir?
it. He'll be fine.
Sir, says Turbo, or rather, Fix It. Your assistant leans over and says, "May I, sir?"
Please.
He leans over, and you see this quiet, kind of intense-looking young Asian dude. Figure like early 20s. Doesn't look like he should have anything near that gravitas. Like maybe he had escaped from a boy band in Korea. And he says, "I'm pretty sure it is not even cab fare to you, but the whole point of this isn't for you to make money. It's to get you out of visibility as fast as possible. All of you have targets on your back. When you get a lot of money in Night City, it tends to mean a lot of people want to take it from you.
That's
And
thinking.
if you're on the street, that means that they are not going to be easily finding you or locating you. If I might suggest, your pickup from Biotechnica should be arriving in 25 minutes. I would suggest you're on it, since from what I gather, our security people have killed off everyone who attempted to hijack, of the 6 different groups, your cargo. And if they haven't had much success, they'll probably be coming for you."
All right. Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was
And he
gonna say,
says, "I'm sorry, excuse me, sir." And he
Okay.
steps back.
I'll pass the guy like 100 euros. You're thinking, kid. You're thinking.
He's on a screen, so you kind of have no way to pass him the euro. But he
give
nods.
me the 100 euros, and I will Venmo it.
Oh, okay, he's on screen. Yeah, that's a good point. That's
Okay. Yeah, basically.
I'll do it on the computer.
Okay, but basically, yet, Mr. Fix-It's, this is the equivalent of his security and major domo at the same time. Major domo. Mr. Fix-It doesn't go out and get his hands dirty often. Doesn't need to. He has people that get his hands dirty for him.
We know
Okay.
that Fix It.
So, what are you doing?
Well, let's go. We make our way to the tennis court. We go and get on the aircraft. And once we get on the aircraft, does anyone want to do anything before we leave?
No, I'm grabbing. Let's go.
So we make our way to the
grab your
aircraft.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, as you're headed to the aircraft, you see several people from the resort. They're dressed in their, uniforms, and they are in a line towards the port, the heliport, where this AV-9 is landing. It is green and white, and it has a large trefoil on it that you recognize. It looks like a plant sort of twisted around into a circle. Biotechnica. And it comes down in flurry of dust, jet engines, and 4 guys get out. They are wearing rather tasteful, call it jumpsuits, that also have the Biotechnica logo emblazoned in yellow and green on their shoulders. And the hatchways open up, and you notice that they are like looking around. And the major domo of the resort steps forward and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to see you go so soon, but we would be most happy to have you return at any time. We'll always retain a golden key for you."
Nice. As I'll bow, and I'll say I'd like to tip the staff, and I'll tip each one of them $10,000, $20,000.
Those money.
I hate you so much right now.
So
Okay,
each one of them gets 20 grand. And
Okay.
I'll bow to each one of them and I'll say, "Thank you for your service. Thank
Okay.
you for your service."
Okay.
And I'm on rollerblade, and in between each one, I'll do a pirouette and go, "Thank you for your service."
There's over 100 employees. Thank you so much.
No, there's only 5.
No, there's only about 20. There's only about 20 out there right now. They're not going to have the
If
whole
there's
place.
20, I'm not going to do that much. If there's 20, I'll go $10,000 each.
Okay.
10,000 euros each.
Okay.
And the major domo will get 20 grand.
Okay. So you get on board and
That's my favorite part of this whole show. Just tipping like a pimp.
okay. So you climb in. It is a really well appointed, has a bar and everything, AV9. It's a equivalent of a stretch AV. It's obviously high end. And you notice that on the plush seats, each seat back has a logo that once again is the plant logo. This is definitely Biotechnica hardware. It roars off into the night. You guys can partake of the bar. There is food served at one point. Just literally a slide area in the table opens and a not super cool meal, but a nice meal pops up for all of you. You know, kind of in flight, but not woohoo. And you rocket into the night, and I'm going to have the next morning, actually it'll be still same coast. So yes, somewhere about noon, you will reach Night City.
So Mike, as in transport, I'll try to jack into the net and I'll tell them I'm going looking for information. Is there something you want to tell me before I go find it myself? Like the idea that you don't know, like who's ever like the sort of point person, and I'll say this to the group, the idea that they don't know that there's 9 or maybe 10 or 12, that doesn't wash. To me, 9 are gone for sure, and there's a couple more that are going to be out there to attack. Because obviously these fuzzy little sons of bitches are going to have a whole bunch of pain in them, right? It's not like there's something, Biotechnica is developing them for some nefarious purpose.
Well,
So-
what you're going to find is one of the parts that makes the net of the 2040s and the time of the Red really frustrating. You could reach in and you could find the online existing net that would have the information you need for the vehicle. As for actually getting into the broader net, you will have to be in Night City and near a Biotechnica facility to get into it.
Okay.
Even they can't
All right.
do it.
So also,
The trick to remember is you're not flying across cyberspace anymore. You are
Gotcha.
going in dirty to the places you have to hack into. So in many ways, think back to the original serial killer. You're taking your laptop, you're modeming in somewhere, and you're not very far away from wherever you're trying to hack in.
it's called Hack the Planet, Mike. That was the slogan, Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet, dude.
You gotta hack the planet. You can't just hack the helicopter. All right, no, I understand. Okay, good.
Helicopter. Okay, I'm going to make a button that says that just for you.
Hack the- But I'll say to everyone, so what is our plan here? I mean, obviously these things are, something bad's going on. They wouldn't be coming to us. I mean, if they just wanted to hide us, they wouldn't be sending us on this mission.
Well, they're not sending us on the mission. Turbo's sending us on the mission.
I know, but Fix-It sending us on the mission, but why doesn't he just send us some, I mean, we were safe there. I don't, something's not.
You didn't think you were
Something's
safe.
not right. Well, because I didn't trust where we were. But Fix-It's
That
got a
means we're
million
not
hideouts.
safe.
Yeah, which safe would you like? There are many safes.
So my assumption here is that Turbo couldn't figure out how to get us an AV out. So he made some calls, found a job that could get us an AV. So we're on an AV.
Okay. If everyone thinks it's a walk in the park, lottie-dottie, who likes to potty, then fine. I don't think it's going to be that.
I
Went
I'm
after a
prepared.
giraffe.
I'm prepared to stand behind Beast and
don't
Red Shirt and protect Knox. That's what I'm prepared to do.
protect. Okay.
Mike, what do we know about Biotechnica?
Biotechnica. Okay, Biotechnica is the corporation that invented this very stuff that is making your AV fly right now.
Okay.
It is a alcohol fuel base called Chew-2.
Okay.
It was developed from a form of corn that effectively generates really high test alcohol. And they developed this way back in the 2013s and so forth. And it has become the #1 fuel used all over the place. A large amount of America, Russia, basically any of the northern wheat growing, corn growing belts, basically are growing the materials for Chew-2. They are theoretically supposed to be insanely rich, but they licensed Chew-2 to Petrochem, and Petrochem actually produces the Chew-2. And meanwhile, Biotechnica went on to develop other things as well, because they're primarily a biological design house. It is run by a rather eccentric gentleman named Nicola Loggia. You've got pictures of him if you want to go look at, on your databases. But he kind of dresses almost Doctor Who-like in that it is, formalized suit kind of thing. He's normally seen with a blue rose, which is a technical impossibility, which shows off that, Biotechnica can have things like that. Kempt, gray hair, small mustache and goatee. He is supposed to be kind of very old world courtly.
How do you spell his last name? Sorry.
Loggia, I believe.
Okay.
The thing about it is he is as close as you're going to find in most of the corporate universe a good guy. He is concerned about the environment. He is concerned about man's impact. He invented Chew-2 so we wouldn't have fossil fuels to kick around anymore. He's basically a kind of urbane eco-freak.
Right.
Good news. Okay. Bad news, Biotechnica makes things. Some of the things they make, we don't, they have unknown backgrounds.
Right.
Supposedly, he has a deal with the Pacifica Confederation, which is the governmental, as much as there is, the council that basically works and governs all the Pacific Rim states, all Washington, Oregon, British Columbia, et cetera, all the way through Northern California. And he has something going down with them where he is repopulating and rebuilding the forest that used to be there. So in the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen suddenly redwoods starting to reappear and areas that were forested being rebuilt. Okay? So that is basically Biotechnica. They are on the list of good guy corporations. They're probably one of the few.
Okay. And I mean, that's the word on the street, but do we have any sort of background knowledge on any sort of illicit dealings, or are they pretty clean?
They're pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Boringly so. But, there is a certain, as people, it's a little like people who, used to work at Google. Google's changed a bit, but it used to be they believed the mission. People in Biotechnica believe the mission.
Okay. And so...
is there any... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, is there any chance... Did you guys mention the luminescent squid?
Yeah, I would have told you guys about the lemurs for sure. I don't know if Paladin...
the lemurs, yeah.
Yeah, we were surrounded by drones. I told her. I would have said that.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if that was Biotechnica.
The lemurs were live. They were real lemurs.
But enhanced, I got the sense, Mike?
No, you got the sense that they were not supposed to be there.
Okay.
What you're looking at should have been in Madagascar somewhere.
Sure.
Lemurs don't show up in South America.
Yeah. And...
Duh. Everyone knows that, dude. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, well, at least if they watch Zaboomafoo,
There you go. Zaboomafoo is the jam, baby.
And you have kids, man. So
Yeah,
you knew.
Zaboomafoo was legit.
And
Personally,
when it comes to these,
personally, I'm going to put the Krat brothers in Cyberpunk at some point. I'm just waiting my chance.
And
So if you're out there, guys,
how much do we know about these test subjects then? Like from what we've been told, we know that. But is there anything else that we kind of glean from that information?
we don't know about these test subjects except that they appear to be really good pets. And what Turbo, or rather Mr. Fix-It, can tell you is whoever grabbed these had a pretty good idea what they wanted to get. And they picked, of the animals and biological subjects, they picked the ones that would make really good pets for people with a frack ton of money.
Right.
Remember that, much like Blade Runner, there are not a lot of pet animals running around here. Biotechnica's big mission, in fact, is to restore various types of animals that we take for granted. For example, right now, a hamster would be worth several hundred to maybe $1,000. A hamster, I get a hamster for $3 or something like that.
Do you guys think maybe those lemurs were purchased by the hotel?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Good plan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It would be a really nice thing to have. It's a sort of fuzzy, cute thing that, the clientele might like.
And are these animals trained in any way, Mike? Do we get a sense, or are they wild?
Most of them are wild. Biotechnica seems to be on a mission right now to restore wild populations.
Okay.
So they're not enhanced in any way.
Not that you know of. Let's see. Did anybody?
And there's no way to find out.
Anybody in your group of media?
Sorry, say that again.
What? No.
Anybody in your group of media?
I don't think so. No.
No. Yeah, I was going to actually get a media in with your group this time, but there's rumors that Nicola really wants to make sure that this time a lot of these extinct, quotation marks, animals don't go as extinct as fast or are better shielded against that sort of thing.
Right.
So what we know is where he has reestablished certain populations, he's made them a bit hardier, or he's made them a little harder to, hunt. For example, if you were hunting deer, the deer now are able to better camouflage than they were before.
Right.
So, a deer hunter now goes out and the deer aren't necessarily going to teleport away, but now the deer are more like chameleons.
A fighting chance. Right.
Yeah, everything's got a much better fighting chance.
Okay. Great, thanks.
We don't know that they're specifically technically enhanced, but we can be pretty sure that they've been genetically enhanced in some way.
Oh yeah, they've been, because they had to be rebuilt in many cases. Think of it as if John Hammond was Italian, had taste in wine, and basically decided that he was going to bring dinosaurs back not to make money, but because dinosaurs should have been there all along.
Right.
And because of the money he's got, thanks to Chew 2, he can spare no expense.
And maybe rich people would want them as pets.
Yeah, well, your guess is that
Teacup T-Rex.
bunny rabbits, things like that, would be really, really popular. If you're, you've got millions of or billions of euro, suddenly that bunny rabbit is something your kid would love. And
we have $250 million.
You can buy your own bunny rabbit, serial killer.
We don't need no bunny rabbits. By the way, that's like the 5th reference he's made to Jurassic Park. Make no mistake, we are for sure getting attacked by a T-Rex tonight. That's happening.
Probably.
I'm a paleontologist. What did you want?
Size.
It's what
They
I
need-
do. I dig
really?
up dead things. I use them against my friends. All right?
Oh, that's so funny. I did not know that. Well,
Yes.
now that explains your obsession with Jurassic Park. I just thought you liked Neil.
I love it.
Until the museum shut down, I was hacking a T-Rex piece out of an enormous block. I like dead things.
It's awesome.
Okay.
At any rate, going onward, yeah, so he's been working on stuff, but you figure, it's a little like the owl in Blade Runner. Where did you get your owl? It's made. Is it real? No. How about the snake? There's a serial number on the snake. So you're pretty sure that there's a good chance that, they would make, possible pets. There's money in it.
Yeah. Okay.
You also figure they weren't planning to let them get out anytime soon, most likely.
Right. These are early versions. All right, look, does anyone want to do anything before we get there in the morning? We're sleeping, we're getting ready. Does anyone need to do anything?
Nope.
Yeah, you're kind of sleeping rough because, you're in a vehicle, even if it's a nice vehicle,
Sure.
it's a plane flight.
I can sleep anywhere.
I'm guessing we're just.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we're just doing inventory on our weapons that we brought.
Yep.
Have we
Okay,
had
so
a
you
chance
guys are
yet
getting
to,
your weapons and gear.
Have we had a chance yet to re-equip ammo and such?
Let's see, you wouldn't have had any chance to get it there. No, you have to do it when you hit the ground.
Okay.
And basically they would not have given you ammo at the resort.
Yeah.
They kind of figure you don't need to be ammoed up at that resort.
Sure.
The resort is wired to kill anything that bothers the very expensive clientele.
Sure. Okay.
So we don't have any replacements for tear gas or.
No, a lot of the stuff you had, you don't have currently, or if you've used it, it's been burned through.
So,
And by the way, serial killer, your attribute for this is going to be handgun.
You're not supposed to pay attention to that. That's just
All right,
that's just us talking behind. That's us talking about behind your back.
If you're gonna pass notes around, you should share them with everyone.
I now have a katana and a handgun.
Yes. Didn't you take that
Okay.
katana from one of your girlfriends? I seem to remember.
No, I did not, Mike. No girlfriends. All right, I go to sleep.
So Too Tall, I want you to do a redo of that figure of serial killer surrounded by beautiful girls.
on it.
It'll be a special.
I'm on
Nobody
it.
will buy that. Trust me.
He's gonna kill me. I'll look up one morning, I'll open my door, Lillard will be standing there and beat me with a baseball bat.
No, my wife and children.
During the
It's gonna be
flight.
awesome.
I've been in comms with Mr. Fix-It, and I've been asked
Nice.
shopping list
Yeah.
to be on waiting for us when we arrive.
Okay, sounds good.
Nice.
Is a
I've always
plan.
wanted something I can't afford. What would that be, Mike? I want to
Common sense.
Oh,
Oh, Mike, you son of a bee!
Hey, don't say that about my mother.
So
Okay.
What gun that would be special in cereal? And
Uh,
also impress Knox.
Your problem right now is, Fix-It might be able to find you something really flashy, but okay, there's an idea called the night markets, and the night markets where you get really good stuff, but they're really periodic. So it's not going to be like Fix-It can go out and get it for you. It's
I
going to take a
challenge
few
Fix-It.
days.
You
can go ahead. He's not
making.
making any night markets right now, so yeah, it's going to take a few days.
Yeah, but he's the one that throws the night markets.
He's
let's
one
be
of
honest.
the people. There's
Yeah,
many
so I'll say to him-
fixers.
I'll at some point I'll say to Mr. Fix-It, hey, you want to impress me? Give me something I can use to do some real damage. I want to show Knox what I'm all about. I ain't nothing but a net jumper. I'm more than that.
Okay. Okay, so you guys are landing at roughly about 1 in the afternoon. You land on top of a large building. Just to kind of give you a mental picture, let me tell you a few things about Night City right now, because it is not the same as you are used to. Okay? Night City got totally messed up 20 years, or almost 20 years ago. And a large part of the central city ended up being scraped off into the bay because it was radioactive as all get out. They dredged sections of the bay. They moved things around. They rebuilt a couple other things. And basically, the way the city is set up now, there is a radioactive old corporate center, an old bank block. This area is not like you walk in and you glow in the dark, but it's higher background. It would be like going to Hiroshima somewhere roughly 10 years after the bomb went down. People lived there. They ran around there, but they also got cancer. Okay? So it's not exactly a place to hang out. And most of the worst of the topsoil got shoved into the bay. And so, if you went down there, 500 feet, you might find it glows. And the fish are kind of weird. Where you were heading, though, is a new area. What's happening is all the areas around Night City have been rebuilt or have populations moving into them. So you're going into an area that is known basically as the Watson redevelopment zone. By 2077, this will be where, for example, V lives. Big mega buildings and things like that. But where you are now, they're just beginning to build that stuff. And a lot of the corporations have stuff based there or north of there, and one of them is Biotechnica. So Biotechnica basically is got one campus there. That's the one where you guys basically, sorry, not you guys, but basically where they had that facility, okay? They are not landing there, though, okay? Instead, they are landing basically what's called the University District, which is basically about 5 miles out from the West Coast. And you see a campus, kind of like the Google campus or a smaller version of the Apple campus, low 2 to 3 story campus buildings. You see as you're settling down, instead of the normal H for, helicopter, actually it's AV in this situation. You see a Biotechnica, once again, plant logo. And surprisingly, there are a fair number of trees around there. So you duck in between, you land on the top of the buildings, and you're greeted by some people who obviously are, once again, Biotechnica staff. They're dressed in, comfortable clothing. The only thing you see is that they are wearing neck badges with the Biotechnica symbol, and you figure the badges are wired. Serial, if you were to stop and sweep with your net stuff, that there's a network here. It would take some work for you to get into it, but this is not a super secure network. Okay. Yeah,
I'll jump in. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Give me a minute. Let me.
Okay, you're on the top. You're gonna have to get into the building. When you get into the building, you have an access to do that. Beast?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to wake you up there, but Beast.
No, I'm fine.
As a smart man, sleep whenever you can. You as a bodyguard type, that there are spy beams and watch beams going all across the roof. This is not a lightweight situation. And you isolate. Also notice that, there are security, but it's not the sort of usual obtrusive corporate security. It, much like the security at the resort you stayed at, It's there, but very low key. Okay. So, marching order, so to speak, as you climb out of the AV and are escorted downstairs, as it were, from the AV port. Meanwhile, Mr. Fix-It, are you going to be at this meeting?
I'll be listening in as the usual way I'm listening in, but I won't tap in unless I'm contacted directly.
Okay, cool. So you'll be there on speaker. Okay. So you step down, you go 2 levels down from the top, you see people working. It's a very much campus-like thing. There are boards everywhere. You can see a lot of information about labs, about genomes and things on many of these video and information boards. And eventually you're led to a conference room. You find the usual coffee, soft drinks, small nosh. And about half a minute later, a young woman, you figure she's like late 20s, she comes in and she says, "Oh, good. You're the people that Mr. Fix-It sent?"
That's us.
Oh, good. Please have a seat. She's fairly unremarkable. Basically, brown hair, kind of one of the, side cuts. She's not wearing as much a business suit as comfortable but still professional clothes. And you notice that when she walked in, she was wiping her hands with a rag that she kind of embarrassingly stuffs in one of her pockets and says, please sit down. And she says, I don't know how much time Mr. Fix-It had to tell you about what the task is, but it's very simple, actually. We had some research subjects for a new pet line we were putting together, stolen, about a week ago. And we just need to quietly recover those. We have found information about the people who took them, but we were unable to find out where they sold the pets. And Mr. Fix-It had the best recommended team for this. So when we asked among all the various people kind of in your business, seems a little embarrassed, like, I don't usually talk to criminals, but when I do, I talk to Mr. Fix-It. She says, and he recommended you as being the sort of people who are discreet. We don't really want this to get out yet because the new pet line we're working on is going to be very important, and I'm certain it's going to make many people happy, but we want to make sure we have it right first. And she kind of looks a bit nervous. She's looking at all of you with a kind of look like you might expect if somebody were to be sitting down, from a corporate situation with the Dirty Dozen or the A-Team. You guys are almost, you're solos, you're net runners, you're mythical people to this low-level corporate.
So you know who took them. Where are those people at?
Well, we have, and she opens up a couple data packs, and plaques, and she sets them down in front of you. Serial, it's access. You can immediately download it down.
I jump in.
Okay. What you have is Gregor Sasovich is one of them.
Okay.
He appears to have been a researcher in the company, not in a high level. In fact, when you look at his dossier, he's rated essentially as a animal caretaker in the labs. So, he would have known and had access. And the other two people...
What's Gregor's last name again, Mike?
Gregor Sasovich.
Okay.
they were able to find him because his group, his work group, they all have badges, and they all pretty much are identifiable. They're, fingerprints. There's bioscans, and so they know he was there the night when this was all taken. Okay.
So I'll say, do you know where this Gregor is? Do you have him or not?
We picked him up, but his accomplices were able to get away. So
where is
we
he?
need
We
to
need to talk to him. Beast, we need to talk to him.
Yes, we do need to talk to him.
With Beast's fist.
I have a hammer.
She looks, when you say that, the young woman, she looks a little like, oh my God, And
I'm super charming, Mike.
Huh?
I have super charm.
Okay.
Super charming.
She's not charmed. She's more like, huh. By the way, she has a badge, a biotechnic, and her name is Holly Goodnight. Actually, Dr. Holly Goodnight. And you don't know what the symbols underneath her badge are. You think they're departmental symbols of some sort. Probably tells what her badge opens up. And she's kind of looking at all you guys. Is anybody going out of their way to look kind of normal? Or are we all wearing camo and, assault jackets and a whole bit like that?
This is
we're not here for a tea party, Mike. We're ready to bring the pain.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Knox has tastes in
I'm geared up.
No, I'm geared up.
I always look stylish, even if I'm geared up. So
okay. So yeah, you guys look like, oh my God, they hired mercenaries. Okay, but
that's what we are.
That's kind of, they know, that's why we talk to fixers, and basically what she's kind of looks nervous about, and she says, here's the rough information. The group left the university district, and we know that they put some of the deals at a place called Club Atlantis, which is
what's it, Club Atlantis?
Club Atlantis.
Oh, we have to get back on the AV9.
She says, no, I'm sorry, but the AV9 has moved on. Do you have? Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed you had transport.
Yeah, it's called the AV9.
The AV9 has gone back to the motor pool. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, where's Club Atlantis?
Club Atlantis. Club Atlantis is basically down a couple of large streets. You basically are going to have to cross about halfway across the city. It's on that edge between the new corporate zone and old Japantown. So
Holly, good night.
Walking that would take you.
Holly, good night. It's time for you to take us on a ride. We got someplace to go.
No, we need to talk to the guy that they have in custody.
Is that Club Atlantis?
No. She knows that this guy made the initial deal with his partners at Club Atlantis. That's all they've really gotten out of him.
Well, let us talk to him. We will get more. I promise.
Okay. She says, well, we're holding him right now. And she pulls out her agent and she says, Edgar? Yeah, Mr. Samuels? Yes, the
mercenaries.
The people from Mr. Fixit's organization. And she's saying that like, Mr. Fixit, it's just weirding her out. And she says, yes, they're here and they want to talk to Gregor. And says, you hear kind of an angry, youngish voice going, yeah, okay, he's down in holding 3, No, I'm not going to let the tigers on him. What do you think I am? Homicidal? She kind of looks like, oh, yes, I'll take him down there. And she gets up abruptly, puts her agent back in her purse, and says, "If you'll come with me, Gregor Sandrovich is in security."
Great, we'll go. We're
okay,
ready.
so you go down a couple levels, you go outside, you find yourself in a bright, sunny campus, and people going back and forth. You notice that at the edge of the campus, there's a wall that's about 25 feet high. And it's painted with happy murals and things like that, but it's definitely a security wall. They don't let people.
I'll say to Holly goodnight. Is that to keep something out or to keep something in?
Usually to keep things out. The university district is better, but, well, it hasn't been that long, since the bad times. And she leads you across to another building, long and flat. It has a nice little kind of sign, you know, one of those kind of ones that are on concrete block that says something kind of understated in a corporate campus that says, you know, security, Biotechnica. And you go into it, you step down into the block. So this place is a little different. It's not as open and hi. It's much more, yeah, this is a blockhouse. What do you want? And you find people dressed in security gear. They're not lounging around. They are looking at monitors. And as you walk up to them, one of them steps forward and says, "Dr. Goodnight, these are the..." "Yes, we know." And they proceed to dole out badges. They don't have your names on them or anything like that, but they say visitor, and they dole out badges to each of you. Okay. And you see coming towards you through several glass doors, and you can see like a corridor with multiple glass doors. You see coming towards you a young dude, maybe about 25-ish, 30-ish, slicked hair, expensive suit, looks like he probably smokes way too much. And he comes up and says, "All right, Goodnight, they're in there. He's in there. We've already talked to him. Let's see if your trained apes can do any better." And she's going, "They're not." And he goes, yeah, whatever. Look, I'm going to be heading over to a security meeting. Leave him alive, all right? And he looks over all of you guys and says,
"We'll do our best."
Says, "You'd better." And he stalks out.
Or else what, Mr. Security Guard? Or else what?
He stops. He looks at you like you're a bug under the wheels of his large vehicle, and he says, "I don't have time for this." And he walks
No,
out.
you don't. You keep walking. All right, let's go. Show us the way, Doc.
Okay.
So
You go down the corridor. There are numerous offices, people
Too tall, what do you
checking
say?
monitors.
You're kind of far away. Too tall. What'd you say?
Okay.
I was just saying before we actually physically walk in the room, do we want to do this good cop, bad cop? Do we want to send Nox in first and see if she can sweet talk them, or do we just want to go right to the hammer?
No, let's go sweet talk. I want to watch.
I was going to say, you guys want to
watch,
or do you
I
want?
can't quite hear you, Nox.
Oh, I was saying, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying, I was going to ask the same question. Did you want to do, but I was going to say, did you want to do bad cop, or I don't know. How do you want to do this?
Let's do sexy cop, bad cop.
Let's do
I'll
good
be the sexy cop. You be the bad cop.
I want to point out to you guys at this moment that your leader is Cyril, who is a madman.
I am not a madman. I am just a man of action.
Serial killer, man of action.
It's simple. Go in there, Nox.
Okay.
Ask him questions.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him we're doing the carrot and the stick approach. You're the carrot.
Okay.
If the stick has to come in, he's going to lose body parts.
I'm gonna film it though. It's gonna be great. It's gonna go live on YouTube.
Beast, I think you and I should go in there.
Up on the data pool. I don't know these two, but it sounds pretty good. I'm with it.
Here's the thing. Is what we should do. Nox, you go in.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me to go get Beast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep asking you. Should I go get the stick? Let me get the stick. Can I get the stick? So you'll be the good cop,
Okay.
and I'll be the one that wants to bring in the stick. And if we bring in the stick, we get to watch all the violence.
I like it.
I look over to Lucky and I said, bet you €100 she takes it down before Beast has to get involved.
That's all going to depend on him, isn't it?
Yep. Okay, so she guides you to a room. It has basically have about 6 different rooms on either side. You know, when you go into the doctor's office, they have like the little examination rooms. There's a little examination room-like room to one side, obviously locked. There's a slot to observe inside the room. If you look in, and she checks and goes, Gregor, we have some people who need to talk to you. And you hear just bad-tempered door. And she closes it, and she says, whoever wants to go in.
Go ahead, Knox.
Yeah, guess I'm going in.
Okay. Knox, you walk in.
I walk in behind her.
Okay. There is a guy, figure, like mid-40s, kind of built like a truck. He is wearing sports clothes that are not really, all that good, don't fit him well, but he looks like the kind of guy who thinks he's cooler than he really is. Like, I've been running with the money, but you're kind of going, yeah, dude, you're not making it. Mm-hmm. And he looks over and says, so, I suppose you're going to try to talk me out of something.
Gregor, it's Gregor, right? Can I call you Gregor?
Yeah, you can call me anything you want, baby.
Right. Okay. Well, Gregor, listen, I'm not here to cause any trouble. I know you got a lot.
Of course you're here to cause trouble.
Well, that's just all going to depend on you, isn't it? I want to work with you.
It always does, doesn't it?
Hey, Gregor, do yourself a favor. Just let the lady finish the sentence.
Did you come in?
Yeah, I'm right behind you. Yeah.
So Cyril skates in behind you. Cyril, if I remember right, your character is like about 6'3". You're pretty tall.
In rollerblades, he's like 6'6".
Yeah, he's really. I remember from
skinny
from
though.
the movie,
Real skinny.
He's really
abs.
tall and skinny.
He's got great abs.
Okay,
Abs
so
of a model.
best abs you've ever seen. You couldn't find abs as good as this. No, I mean these are the finest abs. Okay, see,
He's just there as backup.
my thing. Beast is passed out because he knows.
No, I'm just got my head to the side.
Okay. So, yeah, you're kind of dominating one side of the room, and he's looking at, both of you. He's leaning back on a chair with this kind of indolent, like, yeah, seen it all. And he says, all right, take your best shot.
Listen, there's no reason that this has to be complicated in any way, right? We just have a few questions. And I'm sure, if you want to just have a little chat with us, that's all. Do you have whatever crap you pass for coffee that passes for coffee around here? Should we get you one? Because I feel like you got to answer some questions first. It might be a while.
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Look, before your monkey over there thinks he's Mr. Badass, I have stood up against the Bratva, been pounded by the best. He's going to have to do something more than look like a skater punk.
Oh, I'm just the messenger boy. When she tells me it's time to get the beast, I go get the beast. Trust me. I just have great abs. I have no violence in me. I'm really kind of a nerd. But when he
leans back in the chair and he laughs and says, "Ha! Now I see where the iron fist is. Go on, lady. Ask me questions."
Okay, Gregor, just so we're clear. The Iron Fists aren't in the room yet. That's all going to depend on how well you answer our questions.
I will be looking forward to meeting this beast.
Can I go get him? Can I get him? Let me get him. Let him get violent. Let's get the stick.
By the way, in the meantime, while you're doing this, in the rooms outside, there is a monitor. You can look into all the various security rooms. And basically, Dr. Holly has turned on the the monitor. And she is, kind of looking like, she's expecting any minute now, like, violence will break out. And meanwhile, you guys can see everything that's going on in the room from a monitor camera.
I'm gonna firmly place myself in front of the door.
Okay.
Imagining the paladin will actually step inside soon, just to stop anybody from trying to get in once things go down.
Okay.
What is the floor of the room made of?
I don't even want to know.
I don't even want to know.
It's linoleum, so it washes well.
Is he handcuffed or anything?
Come out of the grout. The blood will come out of the grout just fine.
Yeah. No. He is not handcuffed because they've got security cameras on him, and you're pretty sure that their more serious security people are waiting for him to do something. Knox might get damaged a little bit in the first few seconds, but they're going to do something with this guy. You're not sure what.
Go ahead, Knox. What were you saying?
So I was going to say, listen, we know what you did. We know there's animals missing. We know you had a hand in it. I mean, there's security everywhere, right? So there's no reason why you need to drag this on any longer than you have to. So why don't you just tell us who you sold him to?
Says it would be worth my life to tell you who I sold them to.
See?
Do whatever you're going to do. At least I'll probably be alive. You still have to turn my body, such as it is, over to the police in the end.
Oh,
if I talked,
that
would mean
to somebody much scarier.
Says, right.
Now is it time? Is it time now? Is it time now?
I thought that we would come to some sort of understanding, but
he gets up, and you realize that he's not restrained, but as he gets up, you see that around his neck is a metal collar.
Kinky.
What?
And as he steps forward, kind of like, look, he stops for a moment and his eyes like slightly glaze, and he grasps the collar, then steps back and sits down.
Yeah.
Running Man. Sort of.
Okay.
You guys don't remember the Running Man? Come on, he did.
Yeah, I remember the Running Man.
Blew up their heads like they ran outside.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite Running Man level, but it's
it was like a shock collar to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I hack into the system here? That's a security loop, right?
Okay.
Turn up the shock collar a little bit.
Yeah, crank it up. By the way, in a couple of minutes, we're going to probably take a break.
Great.
Isolate, let me know when.
Yeah, 10 minutes or so. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's call it at 8 our time.
Yeah, whenever you find a good spot.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for him to tell me to come in.
I know we're trying to. It's PG-13, so we're trying to keep you outside as long as possible.
As long as possible.
We may have to just put a blanket over the screen, a black out the screen, then come back.
Good luck. See what happens.
Yeah,
it is bad. Okay.
Can I hack the cameras?
Oh, okay. So what we're gonna do is you are doing a hack state, okay? So let's go find out what you're going to try to do. You are going to be using net running at 4, okay? Do you still have your information on your software? Because you're going to want one of the probes to get in. You have your character sheet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probe them. Oh,
God. Okay. So give me a second here. I will guide you through because I don't think you have all the data you need.
The back door?
Yeah, back door is what you want. Okay, you do know you have that. Good. Okay. So what you can do at this point is at 4, you have 2 actions. So what you're going to use is your interface as those actions. You can use a back door. You can try to get control once you get in the back door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So make your back door shot.
Okay. And I'm adding what again?
Okay. You're going to do 1d10 plus your interface. Okay.
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 12.
12. Okay. You find it's not working, and you think it might be because of where you are.
Okay.
That this area may be shielded and may be running deeper ice.
It was a quick check. That's fine. Okay. I'll say to Knox, how do I handle this? It's kind of shit or get off the pot time. Listen, Gregor, it's gonna get super violent. She is who you want to deal with. I'm telling you right now, man to man, she is the way to go. So it's up to you, but this is about to get violent, and I would hate to see that happen when it doesn't have to. You think that little neck zap is bad? What you are facing, you're not gonna be able to smile, right? You get that? Like your fingers aren't gonna work. You won't have ears. Children will scream when they see you in the streets. Just make the right decision and talk to Knox.
And you can't really smile when you're picking your teeth up off the floor, can you?
Well, he managed to hold up against you last time. Let's see if he can still do it. Oh, jeez Louise. He laughs. He says, "Big words for a man on roller skates, little girl."
How are you?
Well, you know what? I'm just out of any sort of F's to give.
No F's given here. Okay.
We get Paladin in here. Serial?
So sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry. Knox, I think you did a great job. I just want this isn't your fault. Like, I'm not gonna watch. I don't think you should watch. I just think this is gonna give us nightmares. So let me get Paladin.
Yes.
But I think you did great. I felt really good about this. You know, Gregor, I think this is all on you. So how could we bring in?
So sorry. Your mom raised you really poorly. You're really brash and angry, and this is gonna hurt. All right, here, Knox, and I'll open the door for Knox. I'm like,
okay.
Sorry, yeah, I'd be like, forget about it. Forget about it. Just.
He starts to get up, and once again, the collar drops him back.
Paladin, here's the deal. He's really rude. Like, he's a jerk. He was a jerk to Knox and sort of mean to me. So,
Understood.
I'm really quickly just going to put on, I have like a little tiny fold up like rain poncho in my pocket. I'm going to put that on while Paladin walks in, just because I know what's coming.
And I do have a med tool. I do have a med toolkit, so I'm going to go in and put it on the table and open it up and be like, "Here you go."
Okay. Isolate. Do you come in?
You know, actually, I walk up to Dr. Midnight, who's watching the monitor, and I say, "Let me tell me, Midnight is that, or Good Night? Sorry, is that the North American last name?" Or I'm trying to distract her and start to ask questions about what she does here. And
it's British, and she says, "Are you Russian?"
Possibly. Who's asking?
Well, Gregor is Russian.
Yes.
Maybe you could talk to him.
It's possible.
It would be better than. She really looks uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, and I continue to kind of distract her a little bit. I'm trying to.
I just walk in.
Yeah.
Give him
I'm trying to get her attention off the monitor.
Okay.
Does anyone have a song request that I could just play? I feel like music.
Meanwhile, yeah, she's kind of like doing the cover her,
Yeah.
what you want to, but you don't,
Yeah.
what you want to, but you don't.
Eddie Van Halen, play it loud.
So, Mike, I walk in
Uh-huh.
and I shatter his right kneecap.
Okay. You stand up. Okay, so he can't effectively dodge you. I'm going to take 5 off his... Shit. Holy shit. You make a roll.
That's a 10, Mike.
That was a 10 with him, and then another 10.
Oh, nice.
So
I am at 25.
Okay. He is at, hang on, let me double check it. Yes, he is. He's at 26. So he basically swings his knee as you kick out at him. He swings his knee out of the way and says, "Good shot."
I'm not kicking him.
All right.
What'd you do? You shot
I'm
him?
using a hammer.
Okay, you swung the hammer. The desk that he was sitting behind is shattered. You break the desk, but he swings out of the way. And I think I'm going to take this die and hide it. It's making him... This guy has rolled 4 10s in a row. He's like Mr. fucking Mr. Invulnerable here.
I swing at his right knee again.
Okay.
Dancing to the music at this point while
Yeah,
Okay. Da, 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 da.
I think stuck in the middle with you.
This did not work well.
I
Okay.
got a 33, Mike.
Yeah, I think you hit him anyway. I just had to figure out the damage on your hammer.
You never gave me damage for the hammer.
It's a heavy melee, so let's call it 3d6.
He just shatters his knee.
Uh-oh.
Like, just keeps hitting it until it's shattered.
Here comes the hammer.
Let's see. I think considering you're calling it, I'm going to call it critical to body. Oh boy, yeah. He got partially out of the way. You did not shatter his knee, but you tore all the ligaments in his leg as he tried to pull out of it. So he crumples to the ground, but he doesn't do more than and he swears at you in Russian.
I don't say a word.
Okay.
Is he laying on the ground now?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's just looking at you. And he says in Russian, do you speak Russian, by the way, your character? Okay. He says, and you understand it, Isolate, he says, the mob would have hit harder, and they wouldn't have needed the hammer.
I'm rolling perception. That is a 21. What hand is he wearing his watch on?
He's not wearing a watch.
Okay.
You do notice that when you hit him, that the knee you hit was wrecked, but he does have cyberware.
Awesome.
So that's what you've got, cyberware. It is, let me double check. He has a cyber arm on the left. Ooh, and the other leg is the cyber leg. You also realize when you look at it, damn, I got to keep this die. Next game I'm in, that die is going to be great. Any rate, you realize that part of it is the leg that you hit is a real meat leg, but the other leg is cyberware, and it's Russian cyberware, which means it's really heavily built.
Can I say real quick? So, and I hear his Russian. I'll say isolate. Isolate. What did he say? What did he say? Tell me.
He said the mob would have hit harder than he did.
And wouldn't have used the hammer.
Listen, in the name of a PG show, I think you should go in and try to negotiate Russian, because this is just going to get more and more violent. And I know how this works with Paladin, and so do you. So maybe you go in with a little charm.
Okay.
Can I break up my med kit and try to hit him with some drugs? I'm a med tech. Try to hit him with some drugs that would loosen him up.
You don't have enough room right now because Paladin is swinging a big ass hammer.
All right.
No, it's a blacksmith hammer. It's a blacksmith hammer.
It's still a big ass hammer. You're lining up for it. It's a little like stepping in the middle of batter up.
I'll steer clear of that.
Okay.
So he's laying on the floor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Awesome. I step on his right arm about the elbow.
Okay.
And then I'm going to drive a railroad spike through his right hand.
He grunts, and I'm going to go up against it.
I still haven't said a word.
I know chat's just taking notes right now.
This guy's like the baddest dude I've ever had as a random. He basically grunts.
Lie, Mike. Just lie. In the name of God, Mike. Lie for him. Tell us he got a 1 and get us out of this torturous moment in the history of GaryCon.
I don't know, but I'll put it this way. Take this die, which appears to be the die of 0 or 10. Yeah. That is a scary die. I kind of like this guy. I'm going to bring him back. Don't kill him.
The only way he doesn't kill him is if you stop it.
I let the dice do. I'm old school. I let the dice do what they're going to do.
That's fine.
And at this point, I kind of like the fact that he's just a total badass about it. I was thinking he's going to punk out in the first punch. Okay.
Mike,
geez.
At this point,
Yes.
do I get a sense from my Russian background that there is something I could say to him that
would
would chill him to the bone?
You need to talk to him in Russian.
Yeah.
Because he may actually get the gag here.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna
go in the room.
I'm not gonna stifle what Paladin's doing, but I am gonna step into the room to the side.
Okay.
And just kind of wait to see what happens next before I act.
Okay, we just watched Paladin pound a spike through this guy's hand.
Yeah.
And he swore fluidly in Russian, but he did not crack.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of come in for a second, and I'm gonna kneel down by his ear. And I'm just gonna whisper. And again, is there something, whether it be the mob or something else, that I would know that would again chill?
You heard him talk about the Bratva?
Yeah. Over his earpiece.
You heard him talk about the Russian mob.
I'll cut into Isolate's earpiece, and I'll tell him, say the following. Brutva, ya ukusai tadabaya yasilti yagovagagishi.
And for the rest of the players, you want to translate?
Basically, Brutva is a term for the Russian mafia saying, I'm a brother to you. If you talk, I'll free you.
Nice!
I do it.
Okay. He stops and he says, I have your word in Russian.
I nod.
His hand is still spiked to the linoleum, but he pulls the spike out of the linoleum with his other hand and still holding the blood all over the place. And he sits up and he says in Russian, to you I will talk.
Okay. I'm listening in Russian.
Okay. He says, I would not go through all this for a bunch of animals, but I was instructed by the mob, I'll say. I was instructed by the local mob that I was to do this and to make it easy for the others to come in. It would be a death far worse than that. And he says something contemptuous of looking at like the beast paladin. He says, basically more than that monkey over there could do to me, and they would make it last longer, and he cannot kill me. They could kill me for days.
Okay. I nod. I stand up, and I motion everyone out of the room with me.
Beast says, give me back my spike.
Yeah. And I close the door, and I leave him in a puddle, and I relay the information to my team.
Okay. He will sit up and wrapping his hand with a rag torn from his clothing. You know, he says, I will not go through it entirely in character. It's easier this way. He explains that he was told basically to use this pass key by the head of the local mob to let several of his people in to steal something that the mob boss wanted. And he shakes his head and he spits and he says, a giraffe.
Okay.
He wanted a giraffe. All of the other animals were taken after the giraffe was located.
All right.
They thought they might turn a profit, but the giraffe is not for sale.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I pull everyone out of the room and gather them around, and and I relay that information.
Do you want to tell Lucky to go in and patch the guy's wounds?
Yeah, I definitely
Okay.
nod to Lucky.
So Lucky, you're patching the guy, and he grunts, and there you are.
Also, isolate. Can we find out if these animals have any other attributes that we need to know about?
Yes,
if they, they blow up if you rub them too hard. If they, whatever. I mean, let's find out what the deal is. Other than, or are they just happy fuzzy animals?
Well,
she says.
Oh, sorry.
While you're talking to, I assume you're talking to Holly.
No, I don't believe a word out. I'm saying to isolate. Go ask.
Okay,
Gregor.
this guy.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't know anything more than that the mobster wanted the giraffe.
No, but I'm asking if the animals have any other hidden attribute that we need to know about. He knows the animals well.
He feeds the animals and took care of the animals. And what you're able to get together is that the animals were in a lab with the giraffe and a number of other ones, and they were prototypes for possible pets, but that they were not being released because there were problems with them. The genetics didn't entirely work right. And so they had to clean them up, as he says, grimacing with pain. But the giraffe, although it had problems, it did not appear to have problems as badly as, for example, the smaller animals. And the wolf,
because they do what?
The wolf was probably the best of all of them. But he laughs and he says, I do not know what it was meant, but I gather that it's the rabbit was the worst. And I think that's a good point for a pee break.
That's great.
Okay. God, Beast, you sound like me in a game.
Right on. And for all of you watching, if you've enjoyed obviously what you've seen so far, definitely consider subbing and following on both the GaryCon Twitch and on the Realmsmith Twitch. We've loved having you guys here. We still have a whole other half of this session to go. And we will be back in a little bit. Hey everyone, welcome back again. This is part 3 of our CyberPunk Red campaign adventure. We are very excited again to be here with you with all of our incredible sponsors for Autumn Revel. Luke, for people who are just joining us, if you want to give us just a quick roundup, and then we will continue on to the second half of our session.
Absolutely. Autumn Revel is halfway to GaryCon. So badges for GaryCon 13 are on sale now. So if you want to either come and join us in Lake Geneva, God willing, if COVID-19 cooperates, we'll be having a physical convention in Lake Geneva, the home where Dungeons & Dragons was created. Just go to tabletop.events. However, we will, no matter what, be doing a virtual convention. So we will be celebrating a life well played, regardless, globally, in a virtual environment. So please join us. Autumn Revel is a way for us to get together, keep the community strong, support sponsors and vendors. Thank you, Sirenscape. Thank you to Steamforge Games, who are making today possible. And we have raised, I believe, over $1,900 now for Extra Life Children's Miracle Network. And we're specifically supporting the Children's Hospital of Milwaukee. So thank you very much. If you have the ability to give, please do so. extralife.org, and we are Team GaryCon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, on to you, Mike.
Okay, gang. So, once again, we are in the wild and crazy environs of Night City in the time of the Red. When we last left you guys, you had just managed to eke out a confession as to what was going on from a Russian technician who was basically part of the Biotechnica Animal Care Group. This was Gregor, and Gregor turned out to be a real stud. He was not going to give you anything, and this continued even though he ended up getting a knee smashed and his hand nailed to the floor. But eventually, by meeting a fellow gentleman of the Russian persuasion, Isolate, he did confess that the party he was forced to allow into the Biotechnica labs had come there on the explicit orders of a local mobster who wanted them to capture one of the pet animals in that lab, which we don't know how he heard about it, but it turned out to be a giraffe. So he arranged to let them in, and when the minions of that mob boss went in, they also saw a lot of other animals that were in the same group. It turns out that Biotechnica is designing pets. Pets in the dark future, particularly in the time of the Red, there are not a lot of them. I mean, if you had a rabbit back in 2028, you probably ate it. Okay? If you had a bird, it was fricasseed. Heck, if you had a rat, it got eaten. So pets are beginning to come back among the well-heeled, and Biotechnica, as a biological design company, has been one of the foremost people. When you are done and Gregor has had his hand patched up and is eventually sent off to the police at Night City, Dr. Holly Goodnight will explain that the animals that were taken were among the animals that were being designed as prototypes for a line of pets, which the owner and head face of Biotechnica, Nicola Loggia, had basically intended to have happen. Problem was they weren't entirely done. Okay. For those of you who are just joining us now, a little background history. Biotechnica is the company that invented Chew-2, which is the alcohol-based fuel that powers most what would have been oil-based aircraft, vehicles, et cetera, in the cyberpunk future. But the guy who runs it is a guy who, at heart, is basically interested in restoring the environment. He didn't invent Chew-2 to make a lot of money, although he does have an insane amount of money now. He invented it because he didn't want people to do fossil fuels as much. So much of what he has done has been to restore ecologies. The problem is he's a little off-center sometimes about it. And he has recently got the permission, as it were, for what is known as the Pacifica Confederation, which is the kind of multi-governmental group that kind of oversees things in British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. Night City is roughly part of the Pacific Confederation. So they have said, okay, you're into this. Can you restore the burned out wrecked forests, which he's working on? by making trees that don't burn as easily. And he is restoring a lot of the animal life that had been killed. This is a man on a mission. However, as with many men on a mission, he's probably a little crazy. So, noted. So, you guys have just finished whomping the heck out of poor Gregor. He is given the information to isolate. And basically, Dr. Holly Goodnight has said that she can give you a little more information based on what he's said. And if you want to brace her, this would be a good time to do it because she's rather shaken by the fact that you guys have brutally nailed a man's hand to the floor using a spike and a blacksmith's hammer. That's kind of not the sort of thing she expects to find. I mean, that would be like getting an employee over at Google and saying, oh, by the way, you know, a guy who stole state secrets from you guys? Yeah, we're going to nail his head to the floor. So, or as Knox said earlier, we're getting pretty Reservoir Dogs around here.
Yeah, it's kind of a Tarantino film at this point.
Yeah.
And sometimes Night City.
Tarantino film would have kept going for another 20 minutes, and we jumped in.
Yeah, and you would have heard a really great 70s music soundtrack. So, well, like I said,
Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah, right. It can be pretty hardcore. Okay, but she's shaken, and you're now back in the conference room, and you guys may take time to question her.
Yeah, I'll say to her,
do not fasten her foot to the floor. All right?
No, unless she doesn't do what Paladin wants her to do, and then things get violent. I don't know.
If you do that, you will probably not live to get off the campus of Black
Well, listen, at this point, it's okay with me. I know I'm dying rich. All right, Mike.
Have you rewritten your character to call him Serial Death Wish?
No, I'm not. I'm the one that stopped the madness in the room. I was the one who was kind, full of love, and nothing but hugs. Hey, Mike, can I get into this? I'll say to her, Dr. Goodnight.
Yeah.
Can I hack the planet? Can I hack into your local system to see if I can track these animals? You have to have trackers on them, right? I mean,
no, there are no trackers on the animals.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
Dr. Goodnight, don't lie to me. Allow me in.
I'm not lying. And please don't spike my hand to the ground.
So it's not okay. So then so we don't know where these creatures are. If that's the case, then we need you to drive us across town to that the club, Atlantis.
Club Atlantis.
Call an Uber. Let's go, Dr. Goodnight. Let's get some action.
At that point, she says, well, you don't want to take the transportation that your agent
the fixer? Mr. Fixer?
Mr. Fix-It, yes, Mr. Fix-It.
The AV9. You took it back to the motorcade or the motor pool.
We provided that, but Mr. Fix-It appears to have sent you a vehicle.
Yes, show us the vehicle. Come on, Dr. Goodnight, let's go. Chop.
God. Okay, well, she basically kind of looks nervous, and she guides you outside of the security area.
I gently grab her arm, and I'll say to her, "It's okay. You can trust us. We only do other things."
She kind of holds back a scream when you grab her arm. You guys, you know that old saying, we are rough.
I have great abs.
Yeah, well, if you rip open your shirt to let her see them, she's going to really scream, and security will shoot you.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
I got a 15 for local expert.
Okay.
Where would the Russian mob be at?
You're probably going to find them near what's called the Old City Center or the Upper Marina District.
You want to see if we get some eyes in the sky and see if we find a giraffe? I mean, you can't hide a giraffe in the middle of a city, right?
Yeah, you can't, right. At any rate, you could try to get some eyes in the sky if you want. However, when you get to the gate, as it were, the entry point, ground side, there is a large black, heavy armored SUV waiting for you.
Yeah, Mr. Fix It! Woo!
And when if you step into it, I assume you trust it. It does not say Mr. Fix It on it, but it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of touchy. You know why? Because it's playing Eddie Van Halen.
And Turbos likes to say,
I can't sing it, but I can hum it.
This is maybe why you like kind of scare people just with your energy too much. Like just kind of dial it back down, just like a little.
I'm so
Matt,
sorry. You're right.
Matt, I got to tell you, if you ever get near me, I'm going to stun you. That's the only way to be sure.
You guys, I just started drinking. It's going to get nothing but louder.
Okay, more beer.
I'll say to you, Knox, I'll say, if you need me to change that in my personality, I am ready to make a change.
I'd give him shit. That's what I do with the princess.
I feel like you are showing me a light that I've never seen in myself. You're shining a light on something I've never reflected on. And I want you to know something. I'm ready to be a better man for you. Just give me the word.
Okay. Well.
So,
we'll
go
do
ahead,
that
Knox.
on a basis. How about
And
that?
you guys haven't even gone on a date yet. I mean, wow.
No, but when you know, Mike, you know. And Serial knows.
We'll
You
see.
know?
We'll see.
So, do we want to go to the old city center or the marina area?
I think we go to the Club Atlantis and find the dude that did the original deal and see if we can trace it back from him.
Yeah, just find the guy wearing like a silk tracksuit and gold chains.
Why don't we get inside the vehicle and start moving? Action is action. Too tall! Let's go, big guy! Woo!
Do it. All right. Do we have a driver or am I driving?
Too tall. You're
driving.
All right.
The guy who drove it there, actually, I've got auto driving. The auto driver dropped it off.
Nice.
I get in the truck.
My damn car can do that now. Why not?
We get in the car.
Yeah.
Looking around, did we find any? Has he restocked us on anything?
It's fully loaded.
Tell him what's inside the van, Carol.
Well, fortunately, you have won behind door number 1, which is a up-armored SUV with anti-personnel and mine-detecting devices. But more importantly, inside the vehicle is a full restock of all your existing ammunition for all of your existing weapons. Except one minor modification and addition. Some individual may have said some words to the ether and possibly challenged my ability to find something appropriate for someone of his stature and capability. As such, there is a Cerebus 3-barrel auto shotgun completely chromed out with extended drum barrel magazines. Also engraved on the bottom is serial killer. Enjoy your drive.
I love Mr. Fixer. I
love
still
you,
want my $250 million.
That's more like it.
Well, that shotgun's coming out of your $250 million.
That's all right. I have to tell you something. I've never felt so violent.
I'm just gonna laugh when you touch that bastard off and it blows you backwards because you're on rollerblades.
I have trained for many
I got it! Over the cliff.
I do a pirouette as I get in the car and jump in the car.
Okay. So, where are you guys headed?
Hold on a sec. Let me get my beeper that says hack the planet.
Okay.
Just put it on right here. Because this is how
So you guys are headed to the Atlantis then?
cosplay. I look just like the dude, but older.
I check with Beast and ask him about his local knowledge and where he thinks we should.
Well, what's the point of going to Club Atlantis? That's where they did the deal. Are we going to find the same guy who did the deal, or do we go where the Russian mob is and start looking around there?
I say we go to the mob.
But if you just go where the Russian mob is, then now all of a sudden you have the entire Russian mob up your keister.
Yeah,
That's all right. You got a badass 3-barrel shotgun.
They're not very welcoming. Perhaps we find out where one guy is, not all of them.
Yes, thank you.
That's
Well,
correct.
you could find out. You could find out who's doing what more often in the mob, and there must be something on the street about I want a tiny giraffe. I want a
and if I
giraffe.
get with the guy, listen, maybe I can get with his assistant or his. What are we calling the phone? We're not calling it. What are we calling it? The
His agent.
agent.
You know
Maybe
about
I can get with his agent, and if I can get into his agent, I can find out where this thing's going down. I mean, I can hack the phone. Look at me, I'm a serial killer. I hacked the planet, bro.
Okay.
It's gonna be a fun second half, you guys.
Yeah, I can see this coming.
I just started drinking. Wait, it's getting better.
Buckle up. It's
It's more than a bumpy ride, Noura.
Oh, we're getting canceled.
Yep.
I haven't. I don't swear. Oh, it's a. By the way, it's soda water and cranberry juice.
Yeah.
Soda water and cranberry juice.
Forget it. It's beer.
No, it's not. You cannot drink alcohol and do streaming. That's the truth.
Okay, it's actually apple juice. Okay, let's go on. So, you guys are in the SUV. You're roaring along. Who's driving? Too Tall?
Too Tall.
Okay.
Too tall. Come on, Too Tall.
Where are you guys headed? Are you going out towards the Upper Marina District? If you are, I can give you a few ideas of what's there. There's a solo bar up there called the Afterlife. Not a fun place to be. Well, if you're a booster, maybe. You could go through Little Europe. Little Europe is more where you might find the old mob. Continental Brands is there. There's also a couple churches, fire station.
Can we go by Atlantis? I'd like to suggest we go by Atlantis first and see what happens. Let's
Okay.
just go peruse it for a second. Why don't we send Nox in? Let her do her voodoo she do so well, and see if she can find some dude that, if you can get him outside, we can take care of the rest, or you can take care of him no matter what. You are a badass woman, and you can deal with it. You don't need any of our help. But if we can get into Atlantis and maybe find some singular contact instead of randomly driving around the entire city, maybe we should do that.
I feel like if we do go to Atlantis, we can maybe get a location, like a singular location instead of like a mob location.
Yes.
To isolate that one person with the giraffe so that we're not fighting like 10 guys or more.
Yes, and we are worth $250 million. I don't want to die tonight for some fuzzy animal. Let's try the path of least violence and least resistance.
I think it's a little too, but I agree with your idea.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, are we there? We're headed over to Atlantis?
Yeah,
we're driving to Atlantis, going to the casino.
Okay, that's not too bad. You don't have to cross the hot zone. So that's good. Yeah, you're right on the edge, but yeah, you're cutting out the University District. Main drag goes down. So after about a 10-minute drive, kind of around past the fire departments, an open free fire zone that occur between a couple of boosters. By the way, it's starting to rain right now. Windshield wipers kick on automatically, and you notice that the rain is that kind of icky reddish sludge that's called a blood rain. Remember that? The blood rain? Yeah, well, it's a good solid, it's like late afternoon. You've got a good solid blood rain coming up. So this is just, a great day to go out, see the neighborhood. You get past kind of the usual stuff going on. And since you're in a big ass armored SUV, nobody tries to jump you. And eventually you pull up and find a drop point going up to the Atlantis. The Atlantis is multiple floors up. Okay? Let me give it. It's a glamorous multi-level club popular with execs for its flashy avant-garde and disorienting style. Okay? highlighted by moving staircases, mirrored walls, and cool cerulean lighting. Okay. You guys have actually been to the Atlantis before. Remember the place you went up to that had sections of the floor that were transparent and you walked over the drop? You guys remember that at all? Oh, that's right. That was the other group. The other group got to the Atlantis. So when you go up, it's a beautiful, horrible, kind of really violently orange sunset. You climb above the blood rain, you look down, and you can see the city beneath you. And I mean beneath you. There's sections of the floor as you step out that are, you think you're armor glass, but you see open girder work, and you see waterfalls that fall out of one side of the ceiling and then drop off and disappear infinitely below you. Very disconcerting. The entire place is kind of a cool blue. As you walk in, you guys stand out because except for Nox, you guys are all pretty much combat dressed.
Can I?
And
Yeah.
you look around and see a bunch of execs all looking at you.
Can I just ask if I could have like a team moment before we walk in?
Yeah, we hold hands. We immediately hold hands.
Just hang on.
Well, you're gonna have to leave the. You can't
Right.
fly it up there; it doesn't fly. The SUV's gonna have to be parked in the garage below. Anyway, you don't want to leave it on the street. Somebody will find a way to steal it.
I'm gonna be dressed. On the ride over it. I will dress in like club attire, and
I shield everyone's eyes. I make everyone look forward as you change.
Okay.
Marissa,
It's going to take some time. You guys could stop somewhere and change clothes. I mean, there's nothing screamingly saying.
Okay, so if we come in and like you guys are like my security, like an entourage, and I'm club dressed and talk to the owner, maybe I could coerce a kind of like exchange. Maybe
Sing a song.
He'll obviously notice me, and I could probably do a show or something or an appearance in exchange for some info.
That's amazing. Yes.
I like it.
That's amazing. Yes.
So you guys don't have to change because like you guys are supposed to be like super intimidating, and that way you can have all your gear on you.
Okay.
And you'll have to cover me because I'm going to be like absolutely not armed.
It's actually going to be interesting because this allows us to jump over to a section that players have not seen before. And that is going to be the section on special abilities. You guys have, based on what you are, certain special abilities that you can play upon. Okay? You good? You with me on this?
Yeah.
And Noura, you are a rocker boy, which means
That's
you
right.
have special abilities. It's calling you up here towards controlling and getting people to do things for you.
This is
Okay,
on charismatic impact.
charismatic impact. So I don't know how much. I'm pretty sure you don't have a copy of the rules right now. Although you guys will all get copies of this later. Okay, or John is out doing black market copies right now. Noura, here.
I got it. I'm ready. It's right here in front of me.
Okay, do you have the current charismatic impact?
I have whatever it is that you sent me.
That was a while back. You've gotten more good stuff since then.
I take back what I said. I have way more things now, like you said.
Yeah, you have more stuff. Okay, and we're gonna go talk about that in half a second. Okay, let's have to go pull up your specialties in a minute. There we go. That's the table I want. Okay, so right now, Noura, you have charismatic impact. Okay, and you have it roughly at 4 right now. Okay, so you basically right now, you are basically able to play most of the well-known clubs. People know you. You have an ability to basically have an impact on a single fan, and we'll check whether somebody is a fan of yours. So this is kind of like, you walk in and you basically say, "Hi, I need a table," and someone who's seen you in the clubs goes, "Oh, look, it's Knox," in their head. So they're more likely to give you a nice table.
Like
They might,
if you were Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah, well, not everybody can be Eddie Van Halen, but they can try. But you can also have impact on a small group of fans as well. Okay, you can get up to 6 fans. They'll ask for autographs. They'll do personal tokens. They'll basically try to do stuff to get in your good graces. So you don't have a true entourage. Okay.
All right. But I'm trying to get like a really good table with bottle service just to be known as an important person because I'm trying to get the owner's attention.
Okay, well, let's see now. Noura, your charismatic impact is 4. So you're going to take a 1d10. You're going to roll that plus 4. And because you're a lovely person, at least your character's a lovely person, you're going to also throw that in with your cool.
Oh. What's my cool?
Somebody just wrote in the chat, "You're literally an influencer."
Yeah, literally. You're an influencer.
Yeah.
Welcome to life.
Chat knows what I'm talking about. What's where on my character sheet would I find my cool factor?
Cool is considered to be a skill.
Middle of the page on the right.
Yeah.
The first page.
Oh, it's
it's your skill. Your stat, rather. Yeah.
So that plus 4 plus a d10. Okay, we got it. So I rolled a 9 on the die, plus a 4, that's 13, plus an 8, that's 21.
21. Okay. You have a fair number of people who recognize you when you come in. Your music is fairly popular among the young executive and up-and-coming set. So there's actually a tiny amount of buzz as you walk in, and people go, "Oh, look, it's Knox. I saw her, in Club Big." "Oh, yeah, really?" Okay.
Mike, serial killer will drop $500 for the charity of the Half-Life in the name of walking in the club to make sure that Knox makes the impression she wants to make.
You don't really have a way to do that, but it's cool. But you don't really have a way to do that as it's set up. But
that's all right. I'll just make the donation now.
Yeah, well, basically, Serial, right now, people are going, he has right now a bunch of people who are kind of, in that quiet, you're walking in the room and somebody goes, "Is that?" Yeah, and sort of thing. So right now you are noticed, and basically the waiter at the front, the maitre d', if you want to call it that, says, "You'd like a table?" And the waiter, ooh, boy, you are, Knox, the waiter knows of you and is really impressed. And the maitre d' walks you over and your party to a really nice table that overlooks the drop. So the wall that you're at right now looks like they never finished the wall. And only if you reach out do you feel like, yeah, there's a solid glass and metal wall there. But to you, it's like sitting on a girder. And they give you a really nice place. And he comes back a little bit later and says, "I was wondering if you would mind signing," he kind of furtively shows you one of the menus. If you would mind signing that. It's for a friend.
Oh, it's for a friend, huh? What's your name?
I'm Roberto.
Roberto, would this be for you?
Roberto is blushing furiously. You basically, totally as his fan, wowed the heck out of him.
Roberto, I will happily sign this for you. If you could just do me one little favor, could you do that for me?
Anything, ma'am. Or miss. Knox. I can call you Knox.
You can call me Knox. Would you
Whatever you need, Knox.
Would you be able to get the owner over here just so I could say hi and get some, just to chat for a little bit?
I'm sure. He kind of leads over and says, he's kind of a big fan of yours. And he goes, right away. And he goes off. A less impressed waitress comes and takes drink orders and so forth like that from you guys.
I kind of nudge to Serial to go put on the charm to the waitress.
Me?
Your thing. She obviously is not happy that I'm here, so just do your thing.
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt. Obviously.
Yeah. By the way, just so you know, Knox, Charismatic Impact, where you are, you can convince fans to kind of become an entourage, and a large group, people are buying your merch and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I just want them all huddled around, just like a layer of fans around the table.
Okay, let's see. Make a roll. Your impact is 4.
Hey, Mike, I just do want to mention that because of Mr. Lillard over there donating as serial killer, we did go over the $2,000 mark and hit our goal for Gary Con.
So this was real
life donation.
Okay, I thought this was within character. Mr. Lillard, I thank you.
Thank you. Listen, in the name of this weekend, the name of your father, the name of everything that your family's done for this game, for RPGs, I'm happy to help, and I'm happy to help the kids, and I'm lucky and blessed to be in a place to do it. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Happy to support you, bro.
Thank you so much. All right, and don't give him any bonuses on that roll, though, Mike.
I'm not giving you bonuses. She doesn't need bonuses at this point. She's got people are charmed, and
Hold on a second. But what I'll do is I'll match Matt's donation of 500, as long as she automatically gets a 10 on that next roll for success.
Nice.
Nice.
That's how you fix it. That's how
Pleasure working with you, Matt. And also,
okay.
As I said, it's for the kids.
Okay, well, Knox, you didn't need to, but right now you have a whole group of people. I want you to make a roll, though, on an impact. And I need to have you beat a DV of 10. So that's not too hard. So that's basically
Great guy.
What you're going to do. Okay. So it's your charismatic impact. Okay. And let's see how that works.
So it's just charismatic impact plus a D10?
Plus 1d10.
Okay. I rolled a 9.
Ooh,
and
nice.
That's a 13. Am I adding anything else to it?
That should be it, but that's not bad at all. Okay. You have, people are kind of quietly coming up to you and basically furtively or not that furtively pressing for autographs. The group that you're with, these are young corporate strivers for the most part, but you see some other people. Yes, Turbo, you are the best. These are corporate people for the most part, a lot of money, a lot of contacts. Many of them are living.
Too close, Mike, if they get too close, I get violent. And by me getting violent, I mean I tell Beast to punch somebody.
Okay. They're being very respectful because they're corporates. Okay. And
but I want you to know, I get very protective. I get like, stand back. I go super alpha.
Boy, dude, really?
Yeah, I get try to push it. I try to show my masculine side.
Okay. You have to dig for it, but what the heck?
Get back! Get away from her! You don't deserve her. I don't know what that is.
You know, this is going to be all over the data webs and the all the other things about. Oh,
What do I do?
Not a
Somebody get
boyfriend.
close, shoot him. I have a shotgun.
okay. I've got a shotgun and it is
Oh,
loaded.
No. Okay. No shotgun.
Okay, don't pull out a shotgun. Remember, this is a nice place.
All right.
You may be dressed like rough men, but you know they could still throw you out. It would just be messy. Okay, so you spend about 30-40 minutes there. You're having drinks. The manager comes over and asks, you know, basically, what can he possibly do for you? And you know, if there's anything you need, he has, you know, they have special drinks. In fact, they'd be honored if they could name a small drink after you. You did well.
That'd be fantastic. I would love that. Do you know if your own? I asked them what their name is.
Oh, you know, I have to actually stop and think about this. I did not expect to see the manager.
Joe. His name's Joe.
His name is John. So there.
John.
Okay.
Happen to know if your owner is here tonight?
He says, no, I'm afraid they aren't.
Are you?
Perhaps I can help you. I'm there much more often than the owner is.
Oh, perfect. So you're here most nights. And then, guys, did we know the date that the exchange?
3 days ago.
3 days ago? Okay. So, and I like, do you have a minute to just have a seat with me? I ask him to sit down.
He says, at first he looks kind of like, I shouldn't be doing this, but then he does sit down next to you. And immediately, serial killer tries to swat him, I guess.
And I just like, I'm doing the thing we're doing. And I turn back around. John, I need to ask you a really important question.
Okay, he says. Yes, anything.
We're kind of looking for somebody. 3 days ago, this man came into your club, and he was meeting with, and I kind of describe like was it Gregor? What was his name?
Yeah, Gregor.
How Gregor looks, and like that he was meeting with a mob owner, and what he looks like and what he's doing. Like, do you know anything about this man he was meeting with?
He gives you a big smile and says, "Why, yes, just a moment. I'll arrange an introduction for you."
Yes!
Here?
Yes, he's right over there in the private booth.
Do you know what his name is?
Yes. His name is
Joe.
No,
Joe.
it's not Joe.
Giuseppe.
Yeah, otherwise I'll make it Joseph Stalin. You'll have to live with it. His name is Yosef. Now shut up.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, he says his name is Yosef. Yeah, he does have a bushy mustache because, well, I can't resist. And he goes over to an area that's shadowed. You realize it's not really a shadow as much as there's a hollow effect around him, light effect. And a few minutes later, a large man, dressed in a really impeccable suit, comes to your table and he nods, he bows, and he says, "Miss Araya, I hear you are looking for me."
I am. Won't you have a seat?
Says,
and I have next to Beast.
Okay. And he says, "I rarely meet someone of your infinitesimal beauty and charm." And he says, "But I sense that you are interested in talking to me about something else. Perhaps you are interested in companionship?"
Oh my god. I attack.
You attack?
I mean animal companionship. Maybe he means animal companionship.
He smiles and says, "Your friend,
your friend makes one more move to my girl.
Your gentleman's concern is ill-placed. I did indeed mean animal companionship.
You're lucky.
And remember that second picture I sent you, Jason?
Yep.
Of just the pictures?
Yep.
Yeah, let's see if we can post that.
Yeah, so we have, the people at home can see it. You guys can't, but we can tell you exactly what those pictures look like. Or you can describe them, Mike, but the folks at home can see it.
You see 8x10, well, not 8x10, but he pulls out a hollow plate, an agent, and you see adorable animals. You see adorable fuzzy hedgehog. You see some kind of adorable squirrel-like thing. You see the most beautiful white bunny ever. You see a little hummingbird. You see a cat. In fact, you see two cats. You see, I think it's a fox. It has enormous ears. And you actually do not see the giraffe. There's not a giraffe there. But you do see a dolphin and what you think is a big dog or a bear maybe, with an enormous nose and deep soul-trusting eyes.
I just
kind of says, I specialize, my group and I, we specialize in providing pets for discriminating clients.
I just kind of sigh and look really sad. I was really looking for a giraffe. They're my favorite animal.
Says, I'm afraid that the giraffe has already been sold to an owner, but I'm certain you would be interested in some of the other animals we have.
Well, maybe, but...
I can tell you that the hedgehog is most adorable. And as for the flying squirrel, there's hardly anything matched. You do know how difficult it is for pets to be found in this time.
Well, that's why I'm talking to you. It took me a long time to find you. Because I hear
I'll step.
Okay. So you guys have all seen the pictures, right?
Yep.
You've been able to look at them. Okay. So
Mike, I'll
basically the only one that isn't there is a giraffe.
Mike, I'll step in and I'll go up to him and I'll whisper and I'll say to Knox, I'm like, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me 1 minute. And I'll say to him,
he looks surprised that you call your girlfriend ma'am.
That's not my girl. I'm security. That's my
you've been acting like a girlfriend.
I am the
jealousy. Now the jealousy in your eyes flames like passion. Or something like that.
It's only because I take my job very seriously.
I'll say.
Like, I'll whisper in his ear, I'll say, excuse me, you may not know this, but her 21st birthday is actually tonight. If there's anything we can do to just get a picture, I mean, the interweb would go bananas if they had a picture of Knox and her favorite giraffe. I mean, the world would be a better place.
He says,
and she's very rich. I'm sure that $250 million, don't you know?
I only says last part, and I say, really, money is no object.
Says, unfortunately, the owner of the giraffe is quite attached to it now. But
everybody has a price, and perhaps we can coerce him.
I believe this may not be a price you can afford, but perhaps if you simply want a picture, that might be arranged.
Hey, Mike, while this exchange is happening, I want to take high ground and kind of survey the crowd as well. See if anybody's paying attention to this conversation.
Oh, they're all paying attention because this is a what looks like definite power player, and he's talking to what's obviously a major mover in town now.
Yeah.
And you can pretty much assume that, people are putting this up on the data pool right and left.
Okay,
at this point.
So I'm up on a balcony or something. I'm just taking a high ground.
Well, there isn't much of a high ground.
Okay.
What you've realized is that there isn't really privacy here.
Right.
Because the idea is this is a place with kind of open areas where you're there to be seen. It is, a location that, sorry if I look off from screen, but I'm checking my main screens too.
Oh, good.
This is a place where, the wannabes, the up-and-comers, all come to be seen.
Got it.
And as a result, and I'm going to send something to you in a minute, Jason, I'm going to send something to you in a second here. So, yeah, it's kind of hard for you to find a secretive or low-key high ground.
Okay. Then I'm just going to back off from the group a little bit and just take a bit more of a broad look at the room and see
you notice that there are people around, and that among all the corporates, there are some fairly heavy-duty hitters there. Guys who basically might. Hang on a second. Post. This is going to be coming into its post. Okay, Jason.
Yeah.
There are a fair number of bodyguard high-end people. Are you making an overall awareness check, or are you just sweeping the room?
Yeah. I want to make an overall kind of awareness check and just kind of get a sense of who the players are, who's armed, that kind of thing. Any potential threats?
Okay. There's plenty of potential. You're in a situation you realize it would be like going to a very expensive, trendy Hollywood level. You're going to Nobu or something,
right.
Okay? Basically a high-end restaurant where the hoi polloi who have some money go to be seen.
Yeah.
And then, the chef may have come over and actually said something nice to them. And then there are people who are there and have always been there and have more money than God.
Right.
Or more power than God at this point. And they go there regularly, and other people go, oh, look, it's, and so forth. You realize that, in the areas that appear to be somewhat shielded, i.e., when you look towards it, it's like blurred.
Yeah.
As though there's like a field up or something.
Sure.
They've tinted the glass effectively. That these are the people who obviously brought bodyguards and so forth like that.
Right.
You do notice one thing, though. There is a young Asian woman. I figure she's about 25-ish. Short, bobbed hair. She's got kind of like the classic kind of, not salaryman, but office lady-like suit.
Yeah.
With the bow and a whole bit like that. And she is drinking a tall, totally fruity drink. The type that have like 40 kinds of fruit and a colorful straw, and it's got multi-layers of pink or something in it.
Yeah.
And she's sipping it, and she looks like she's like at a soda fountain almost. And she's talking to an Asian man. You figure is probably in his mid-50s. Swept back, iron gray hair, well, salt and pepper hair, clean shaven, piercing eyes, and he is respectfully talking to her. There's a real sense of almost older retainer, younger, daughter, boss, something. And they're the only other ones that you can definitely see. And they're chatting about something. And as you're looking, you can see that she occasionally looks up from her drink and she's sipping, and her eyes sweep the room in momentarily and then go back to her drink, and she resumes the conversation like nothing happened.
Okay.
She's doing the same thing you're doing.
Yeah, got it. Okay, copy.
Attack her! Attack!
I do want to maybe get. I'm
Worst
assuming their
mistake you would have
conversation
ever
is.
made.
I'm assuming their conversation's kind of surface and small talk, but I want to kind of get in an area where I can maybe try and overhear what they're talking about.
Okay. You mean the couple there?
Yeah.
Okay. You start drifting there, and one of the waiters intercepts you.
Yeah.
And says, "It would be wise if you did not disturb Mrs. Sanderson."
Okay. I take note of her name, and then I'm just gonna mental note.
Okay.
Sanderson,
So-
is that what it was? No,
Sanderson. Yeah.
Sanderson.
Okay.
Okay. So, he shows you, like I said, a lot of pictures, or actually a number of pictures of adorable fuzzy animals and so forth, but no giraffe.
Well,
And he says, however, for you, perhaps the owner of the giraffe would be willing to let you meet and pet it.
I would love to get any sort of, this is going to be amazing publicity for me having these photos of me taken with these cute animals, like just everywhere. So I would love for you to arrange that if you can. And I absolutely am very interested in all the animals that you mentioned.
Ah, okay. So, let's see something. Couple checks. Turbo. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Turbo.
Yes, sir.
Turbo. Have you transferred any of the money that you are beginning to pull out of your find to the accounts?
Every individual will have a preset account. They'll have roughly about $500,000 in it, with the exception of serial killer, because giving him that much money would be extremely dangerous. So
Yeah, it does frighten me.
yeah, it'd be terrifying. So everyone but him would have about $500,000 put into their accounts. Now, on each of the accounts would be a pending transaction, and I'd make sure that would be a 7-figure pending transaction, so it looks like the account actually has more buying power attached to it, but no actual money tied into it yet.
Click. Okay.
So good at this game.
Yeah, this is fascinating. You have basically, although I'll tell you that out of character, while he was discussing this with you, one of his associates nearby did a financial check on you. And so when you said money is no object, he now knows money is no object.
I figured it was a good backup plan.
Excellent, excellent. So,
I trust we can get some agreement.
he says, I will see what I can do to arrange it. In the meantime, if you would like, we can also arrange for you to see some of the other animals, if they have not, of course, been already purchased by other willing buyers. I cannot speak for how rapidly this happens. We have many people who would be interested.
Well, do you think it's a personal favor to me, seeing as how money is no object, if you can just halt all future purchases from other people, just so I could have a look first?
He says, I will see what I can do. And he says, here, I will transfer you. And he takes his agent out, and he points it at your agent and transfers a card contact between agents and says, we will be in touch. And he and the group of people he's with rise and go off. And the waiter, or rather the manager, says, I hope that was satisfactory, Miss Araya.
Thank you so much, Roberto. And I lean over and I sign whatever he has in his hand. I don't care if it's a shoe. I don't care if it's the whatever it is. Whatever he has in his hand, I take it and I sign it.
Okay. He is, he doesn't go quite as far as to clutch it to his heart and go, oh, but he does look quite pleased. And he says, my wife will love this. She is one of your biggest fans.
Oh, please tell her I said hello.
I will definitely do that. If there's anything else you need, simply signal, and Roberto, will make sure it's taken care of.
Thank you so much.
And he goes off to do more manager-like duties because, well, he does have a whole expensive restaurant run.
Where did old boy that was showing her the pictures go off to? The guy that was
and
showing
his
Knox
six
the picture.
other people. He and his 6 other people went to the elevator and went downstairs, probably to wherever they have a vehicle.
Okay, so we have contacts and no bones broken, and we have a lead.
You have a lead.
You are incredible at what you do. Just watching you work is humbling. You're smart, you're beautiful, you're intelligent. I'm not lying, actually. That was incredible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for not breaking any bones. We did it. We did it, you guys, and I poured a round of drinks before.
I'm pretty violent. It took everything in me not to hurt him as he got close to you, but whatever. That's cool. I mean...
Okay. So, several rounds of drinks go by. Meanwhile...
I dance. Mike, I dance. I get out there and dance on my rollerblades. I like...
Not exact... Okay. Remember, it's not a dance floor-like place. It's
I know, but
like,
I start the dance...
I'm dancing in the middle of the Four Seasons would be,
like dance like on my rollerblades.
Everywhere's a dance floor for cereal.
Say again?
Everywhere's a dance floor for cereal.
Okay. Turbo. I need to send you a message.
Do I get extra XP? Do we get XP?
Not done yet. Stay, and I'm gonna actually give you XP. We have a new XP system. You're gonna like it.
Oh, I can't wait.
So we got old boy's phone number, right?
Yeah.
Serial, hack the phone and try to find out what the address that's associated with that phone number is.
Yes, I'm on it. My favorite line in any movie ever, Beast, which I know you're a big fan of, is Wing Commander, where I rolled over like this and went like this. I'm on it. Favorite line in any movie I've ever done. Swear to God.
Your favorite line?
I'm on it. Jumping to warp drive. I hack his phone.
I almost left the meeting. That was bad. Okay, you're trying to hack whose phone?
I have his phone number.
You have the phone number, but that's not going to get you to hack his phone. You got to be near it, and it's already left.
Yeah, I get you.
Remember, you keep thinking of it like
I know. I got.
Internet.
Yeah, no.
It's not like that. If you want to hack his phone, you're within like 6 meters.
Feet. Yeah. Okay.
While he was looking at his phone, I'll ring his phone.
Beep. Serial.
Yeah.
Okay.
I answer my phone. What's up? Fix it. Where's my money? $250 million.
I feel like I've heard this somewhere before.
The shotgun is nice. Thank you for the shotgun. I've never had a shotgun. Too. I don't know what to do with a shotgun, but I feel very powerful with it. So thank you.
Just remember
3
to
bars
take
of Angel with a shotgun are now played.
Their rabbit is confirmed spotted in the corpse zone, not far away from you right now. I'm putting a location in your phone right now.
Tell me that. I'll hang up, and I'll go over everyone and be like, I found the rabbit.
How'd you find it?
On my 6. Don't worry about it. I got ways. So I look at my phone, I get the location, and we start to make our way out.
Okay. They are, in fact, actually, Noura.
Yes.
I want you to make another roll as though you are using your abilities again, your special ability.
Oh, that special ability or another special?
Yeah, your special ability.
Okay. Just the 4 plus a d10?
Yep.
Okay, I rolled a 7, so I rolled an 11.
Okay. You do surreptitiously and embarrassingly much are given a bill to be tabbed but your money, it's going to go through. I mean, for what you have right now that's been put in your bank account, it's not much.
Seriously, I thought that.
It would be equivalent to you buying a cup of coffee in your real world.
Okay. I thought they would comp this because, I'm special, but whatever.
You didn't make it quite that high. You're good, but you're not that good.
So if I take the charity above 3,000, is it high enough for her?
No, we're not doing that way.
You
Can
sure?
the players normally do that? Although I would like it if they did.
For charity?
Oh.
At some point, I suppose I actually could do a charity game as well. That might be entertaining.
Well, regardless, it's over 3,000 now, Luke.
Yeah, all right.
That's amazing. Good. Thank you so much, everyone. That's a lot of money for the Children's Hospital. That's great. A lot of good things that can happen with that.
Dude.
Okay,
You are a stud.
Moving onward.
Buddy.
You started it.
Causing trouble. Okay.
Amazing how many times you go into the fray and nobody follows. Good job.
Okay, so you guys are headed down to your SUV. You roar out. You're only going to go about 6 or 7 blocks. You're going up to a place called Camden Court. Okay. And it's a really, ritzy condo place. And you pull up. There is a doorman. They ask you who you need to see. And let's see what kind of bullshit you can pull. BS you can pull. Keep forgetting their kids on this.
So I will, before we are at the door, I will ask one of my entourage to hold my guitar case that has a monogatana in it should I need it later.
Okay. I got it.
And because I'm in club wear, can't carry it on me. And I will have my let's say Lucky. I'll pretend that Lucky is my agent, and so he's talking for me. Because why would I do it myself?
Yeah, absolutely. You're very busy. We need to make sure you're taken care of. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
I got no problem.
he's
Forget
a
about it.
stalker. So
Okay. Turbo, I'm going to skip giving you an absolute messaging. You know that the rabbit was spotted in a hallway on the 15th floor. A family named Galliano lives in an apartment, a suite up there. And the rabbit was spotted in the hallway, and it ran into a partially open door.
The door it ran into, was it the Galliano's residence, or
Yes.
was it wasn't the Galliano's residence?
Yeah, they occupy like the 4th floor of this area. Of this,
what do they have their
Camden
wealth from?
Court. Say again?
What do they have their wealth from?
They are a basically up and coming corporate family. Actually, it's not a family. It is a couple high powered husband and wife corporates. And they are with, let me find out who I want to send them with. Oh, they're with Petrochem. Whoa. And that die, once again, is rolling. I'm going to save this dice. This is awesome. Oh, and I just did it, and I put it in the dice thing. Okay. The upshot is, they are high-placed Petrochem people. And are you going up? You have a name. You have an address.
What I'll do is I'll relay all that information across everyone else's earpieces. Let them know there are high-ranking officials in in that company corporation.
Yeah.
Let them know the idea of coming in as possibly a Biotechnica competing offer, maybe, or something along those lines to gain access to the building. And then all they need to do is make sure the rabbit gets out alive. I don't care if they get out alive.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, you don't care if they get out alive. You mean the party?
No, I meant the Gallianos.
Okay. They say that they will buzz you up They are a little concerned, and they ask you if you are part of their security detail.
Well, if I have direct contact with them, I'll just say, oh, there's a detachment coming up. There have been some break-ins at Biotechnica. This security detail is to augment your existing one because of the positive relationship between our companies. In addition to that, there's also some entertainment coming up to lessen your stress as well. A very famous individual known as Nox Aria to relax the situation while the other security evaluates the current circumstances and enhances your safety.
Okay. Amazing levels of bullshit. It works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
You are a fixer, my friend. Let's just see how well this works for you. You don't have body lotto. Not yet.
And I'll let them know, please give full access to your computer system to the tech technician that's coming up so we can make sure your internal system is secure.
Okay, give me a couple more seconds here.
While you're doing that, can I huddle with the team real quick and just say...
Yeah, while you're going up the elevator.
Yeah, Too Tall, you seem like, super, you could pull off corporate if you could talk to them as you're part of Biotechnica. I think Too Tall and Isolate, maybe you can rep the company. Lucky, you can totally be part of the corporate entertainment maybe, and then Beast and Serial, you can be muscle and violent. Muscle and wild card.
And muscle and violence, yes. Okay.
Because I think Lucky and Too Tall can talk their way into
just about anything.
To this, yeah. And Isolate, you're definitely the tech type. I think we could pull this off.
Okay. Right. Well, let me do one quick check. Turbo.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You should have operator as one of your skills. And that your special ability. So you're operator at level 4. So basically you're going to roll a 1d10 and I'm going to see how far it gets you. How much they buy of what you're doing.
That is a 10, so it explodes.
Oh.
That is a 8, so it's 18 plus 4 is 12. Do I add in my cool?
No. Just take the base.
Okay, so that's 22 altogether.
Okay, so what happens? They basically go, they basically swallow your story hook, line, and sinker. And you find yourself meeting the security team, and they're on their way up. They weren't sure whether they should bother them or not, but when they found the door open and the rabbit hopping in the hall, they thought they should investigate, and then they got the message from you. And they're sort of assuming that they may have called Petrochem or Biotechnica. And they also know, interestingly enough, that that basically they have a new pet, because when they had to check in, when they brought the pet in, they had to get it cleared in their apartment. Okay? So it's not like, they didn't know there was a pet there. Because, you got to get your landlord's permission in this case. Okay?
Sounds good. And before I sign off, I would put a message through to Serial Killer and ask him, is there any way he could silence the alarms on their floor, but then set off the alarms on all floors so you could clear them?
Serial, you're smack in the middle. You can do what you need to do. You don't even have to find back door.
Done.
They gave you access.
Holmes.
Say again? What are you looking for, Serial? What do you want to do?
I'll turn the alarms off.
Okay. Control. Make a roll.
Also, while I'm there, because I get 2 when I'm in the net, I want to see if I can scroll back and see who brought this pet into the house or into the apartment complex.
Oh, boy. you're scrolling through, and you see that the husband of the pair brought a big box that turned out to be the pet. And you can see the wife pulling the pet out and, making lots of happy noises and all that. And I'm going to feed it. And basically that's where you left off. You keep going and you realize that because there are security cameras, that was at the door. So, it was classic, honey, I'm home. Oh, look, you got me a bunny. Ah, happy, 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 happy. And then the door closed.
Things got bad. Things got bad.
No, noise happens.
Bad. Oh, yeah.
Noise happens, and then the door opens.
Yeah.
And on security cam, and the bunny hops out. And it
So
hops a little bit down.
Everyone remember, the bunny is not as cute as you want it to be. The bunny's violent.
Never as cute as you want it to be.
Just like Paladin. But we have to wait.
Paladin is never as cute as I want him to be.
Fixer, we have to take this bunny back in one piece, or is that a bunch of hype? Because I'm worth €250 million.
Yeah,
€250 million. I do not want to mess with a dangerous bunny rabbit.
It's just a wee bunny rabbit. There's nothing to worry about. Throw it in a pot and bring it back.
It's a violent bunny. Can I bring it back dead?
It was a bunny in a box. I think it has a bow on it.
Okay, if it comes right at you,
that's the sort of cheap thing that gets done by husbands bringing their wives presents. When I bought my wife a car, I put a red bow on it. What can I say?
Aw.
See, this is the opportunity for carrot and a stick. See what I did there?
Give me the bunny.
Good. Too tall.
Yes, if you want to get paid, it's got to be alive.
I don't really care about getting paid. I'm worth $250 million.
Yeah, but it's a bunny. We'll be fine.
It's gonna kill us.
But if we don't get paid, maybe we get fed.
Oh, this is so terrible. All right, Paladin, you're up first. The bunny,
Lord!
I'll go in first.
The bunny has done something terrible in the apartment.
I'll go in first.
Okay, who's going in first?
I am.
Do we have any gas?
Yes.
Maybe gas. How do you mean gas?
The room under the door.
Okay.
I have a tear gas grenade.
Okay.
2 of them.
You want to roll the tear gas into the door? Who's the first?
I am.
Marching order. Who's going in? Well, deathing order, whatever you do in Cyberpunk. Who's going in first? Okay, Beast. You edge into the room, or do you kick the doors open? Hi, ma'am. I'm here to check out your bunny.
I'll open the door. Normally.
Okay, you open the door. The door's still open a crack. Obviously, the bunny went in. You open the door, and the first thing you see is a bunny about 6 feet away from you. Okay?
Okay.
Keep going?
Yeah.
You see 2 bunnies.
Awesome.
You keep into the room.
Mm-hmm.
You see about a half a dozen bunnies. And you notice that there's smears, brownish smears on the white pile rugs that match the bunnies.
Ugh.
Smears?
Smears.
Does it? I don't like that.
The room smells terrible.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay.
Keep going?
Yeah.
About 2 dozen bunnies. You come around a corner. There's a chewed man's shoe stuck to the floor or stuck to the white carpet with the brown stuff, which you recognize the smell is blood.
So there's about 2 dozen bunnies?
By now you think there's about 30 bunnies.
Awesome.
I'm gonna edge into the room behind Paladin with my heavy pistol.
Okay, you're edging into the room, and you see, like, you notice, because Paladin's going to move it in carefully.
Yeah.
You see that there's like a bloody handprint on the wall near the door on the other side of the door. Like somebody tried to get out and they slid down.
I'm gonna have nightmares about bunnies.
Huh?
I'm gonna have nightmares about bunnies.
Yeah, well, you know, I haven't gotten around yet to actually have you guys take humanity loss.
Yeah.
You can now take humanity loss when you see shit like this.
Yeah.
Stuff like
Mike?
this. Yeah.
I'm going to call in a bomb scare about 15 blocks away at a building, so it'll draw the police to that location, so away from this building. And I'll sign over permits for construction in that area for loud noises, so that any gunfire won't draw any additional attention.
All right, then. Let's see.
Why you are our fixer.
You could get in touch with a corp exec in the area or minor politician. It's going to take you a while to pull this off. You're busy kind of grease wheels, and they're asking questions. You're not high enough yet to where people go, "Oh, it's Mr. Big."
I'll use half of what's in Serial's bank account to pay it off, so it's done immediately.
No! No! I attack!
Oh, jeez. Okay. Who's else? Okay, so Isolate, you're in there. You saw the bloody handprint.
Yeah.
Okay. You also see a woman's hand with a wedding ring. Just a hand and part of the bone.
Awesome. Do I recognize?
You're having too much fun, aren't you?
What's that?
Beast is having too much fun.
Do I recognize ethnicity from the hand or skin color type? Anything about the ring?
It matters. Okay. Okay. It's basically Anglo-European.
Okay.
I pull out my mono katana.
Okay, you pull out your mono katana. By now, you've reached the second room. You can see a few scattered what you think are rib and, spine bones. A lot of horribly chewed up clothing, blood everywhere, and in the middle of it is a seething cauldron of bunnies.
Ow. God.
And as you watch, a couple of the bunnies tremble like jello, and they split into two bunnies.
Troubles! They're troubles!
I will say that being nervous about what's going on, and I am clearly in clubwear and unarmed, and I am behind Serial Killer who has my guitar case on his back with my mono katana. I'm like clutching on the back, and I'm like on the guitar case on his back, and I like pull out my mono katana, but I'm still waiting for the
Okay. So right now in the marching order, Beast is forward in the second room. Okay, so you guys kind of move from the living room, and this is the kind of the bedroom foyer of the apartment. There would have been rooms going off to different sides, a bathroom, and you see a half-eaten husband. We don't know where the rest of the wife is, except that we know she lost her hand. And the place is smeared further in blood and yuck. And you're watching Beast, the rabbits are going like tribbles, kind of two rabbits. And it's not like little, like pop and then pop. It's like, some of the ones look up from what they're eating, which is pretty gross, and they go pop. And then others go.
It's time to smoke them, Beast.
Huh?
It's time to smoke them if you got them. Let's go.
Obviously, the wife isn't clapping. She's only got one hand.
Yeah. Well, at this point, if you were to go into the bathroom, you'd find what was left of her in the bathtub, but that's another story. At any rate, as you are standing there, all the bunnies look up as one at you.
Awesome.
Okay. Beast, the bunnies are not going to come off the mark first. What are you doing? It's then the bunnies, and then we'll deal with everybody else.
I'm going to start hacking and slashing with a mono katana.
Okay, so you haul in there and you're hacking and slashing. It's not a question of do you hit bunnies, it's how many bunnies you hit. Okay? When you last looked, you figure there's about 100 bunnies there. Okay? So we're going to basically have you throw a D10 for every slash of which you get 2.
Okay.
So we're at 100 bunnies and you're wading through and you get 2 attacks. And then you can run like a monkey. Okay? I'm so much in trouble.
Give it to us, Beard. How many?
16.
Yeah!
Okay, you killed 16 the first run? Okay, that was your both attacks?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 16 bunnies, and it's the bunny's turn.
Listen, it was fun hanging out with you. But,
A wave of bunnies surge towards you, and let's see what those bunnies do.
That's a freak. I'd hear
Oh
it.
crap. Okay, you have bunnies. I'm going to look at where they hit. They're too low to get to your head. So they're going
That's
into the
good.
front. Yeah, so you're not getting bunnies hanging on your nose, but they go for, and you wearing armor, right?
I sure am.
Okay, what are you wearing?
Light armor jack body armor.
Okay, armor jacks. So that's actually a good thing. So let's go
SP 11.
Yeah, I know. So I'm looking at that, and of the 100 bunnies, minus 16. How many bunnies actually get you? I'm going to say that probably 20 is the best the bunnies can do to close that gap. So yeah, the bunnies are basically going, hey, look, somebody brought a snack.
Death by Hassenpfeffer.
11 bunnies are on you right now, just all over. You realize that they're basically rapidly gnawing at your thing. Let's see. No. So you're standing there in the middle, 11-point armor, and the bunnies luckily don't do much. So your armor and they basically don't get through, but they're tearing away, attempting to destroy the armor. They're just like, they want you. Okay? So you hear, yeah, death bunnies. Okay? And we're now on to the rest of the party. So everybody take your reflex and roll 1d10. Let's find out where everybody is in the marching order. Oh, I love the bunnies.
11 for me.
Okay, so who's that now?
11 for Lucky.
Okay,
10 for me.
okay.
9 for me.
That's right. 11 for me. Isolate.
Oh, isolate. Okay. Okay. Too tall. What?
9.
9. Okay. And Nox, we already got it 10.
10 for me. Yeah.
Okay, Serial, you're the last one. Serial, are you there?
9.
9. Okay. So right now, Lucky and ISO.
Did you want me to roll?
Wait, who spoke? Oh, Beast. No, Beast. We already had you happen in the marching order. So yeah, the Beast. You have already attacked bunnies. The bunnies have attacked back at you. Now the rest of the party gets to react to the fact that there's now an apartment full of killer bunnies, smeared with blood, chewing.
Wait, so if I have a 10 and Serial has a 9, but I was trying to hide behind him, is he behind me now?
Yes.
No, he's just standing in front of you.
Yes.
He's standing in front of you, but he's like, "What the?" And you're just going, "Shoot it, blam, blam, blam."
I'm trying to push him in front of me.
Okay, well, yeah, he's theoretically, Cyril, you said you were in front of Nox, right?
Yes, I'm protecting her as
Okay,
a woman
so
should.
yeah, so basically, Nox, you don't have to push him in front. He's already in front of you. It's
And if
just
you're
he's a
pushing me
little
uphill,
more.
I'm on rollerblades.
Yeah, he's just a little more dumbstruck by this image of, a sea of feral eating rabbits. They're all fuzzy.
I take my stilettos off and put them in my guitar case because you can't run really fast in them.
You're going to put him in guitar case? You're going to take time? 2 actions, you're done. That's what you did. Okay, so, Lucky.
No, I aid. She grabs.
You're not doing anything yet. It hasn't happened yet, Serial. You're way the heck behind. So, Lucky?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
What
So
are
it's
you doing,
time-
Lucky? You
It's,
walk into the room.
I got my automatic rifle, so I guess I'll find some bunnies and start blasting.
Okay, you're gonna to get a serious number of bunnies. You need to step in, past Nox, past Serial, and get next to Beast and isolate.
Okay,
in the middle of the bunny field. Isolate. By the way, isolate. What's your armor?
11.
Okay, so you guys are both. You have bunnies tearing at your armor, but you're realizing these poor people didn't have any armor.
Yeah.
Has anybody got anything under that type of armor? Like, I don't know, Kevlar or leathers?
No, mine's body jack SP11.
Okay.
I rolled a 10, so that explodes, right? So I should roll again?
Yes.
Okay. So I got 18 plus 13.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you are going to, you only got 6 bunnies on you, and you're firing automatic in the middle of them. So those bunnies have just died. They're gone. So you just lost another 6 bunnies. Okay. And that's what you were doing that turn. And ISO.
Yep.
What are you doing?
All right. I'm going to use my precision attack ability for +1 to attack checks.
Okay.
And
that's right. You're a solo. I finally get to see solos use this.
Yeah.
I love it.
And I'm going to use my assault rifle.
Okay.
What stat is it?
For
shoulder arms.
That reflex.
Reflex, right?
Yeah, reflex.
21 plus 22.
Okay. Basically, you're ripping into bunnies. At this point in the bunnies, you have 16 bunnies that just kind of start pouring towards you, and I want you to roll. Yeah, I'm going to make my life easier. I want you to roll 4d6, and just let me know what you got.
All right. Nice.
What are you rolling? Duplo blocks? Those things sound huge.
Man,
22.
22 total?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Those bunnies are not happy. Okay, so you were blowing bunnies away, and at this point, the security guys who thought you were just doing kind of an apartment check are charging in, and they're going, "Oh my God!" One of them stops and throws up.
Yeah.
These are building security. They're not like used to cannibalistic animals. Okay. And let's see. That was ISO. So now we're down to Nox. Your turn. You have your katana.
Did I already put my stilettos in the guitar case, like I said, or no?
You didn't have a chance to yet. You're planning to. You can take out your gun or take out your katana and put your shoes in.
Well, no.
Or you could.
I had already said that my katana was out from the last turn. It was out.
Okay.
I kicked my shoes off because,
Yeah, kind of. I thought that was kind of being fussy. That's like saying, the T-Rex is going to catch up to me, but if I take my shoes off first, I'll be able to wear them to my funeral.
Shit about the shoes. I want good grounding. You want proper footwear when you're like smashing.
Fighting 10 billion bunnies. Yes.
Every horror movie, you need proper footwear. I don't have it right now. I just need to kick them off.
Kick off the stilettos, babe. Let's do this. Okay. Nox, Cereal is actually in front of you, and the bunnies haven't gotten to Cereal yet. Which reminds me, Cereal, what are you wearing in terms of armor?
Good stuff.
Give me a definition.
I'm wearing leathers.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, you're screwed.
I got leathers on.
The bunnies can get through you.
I'm not scared
Nox,
of bunny. Not in front
Nox,
of
you're wearing club wear, so you're not even at leathers. You're at 0 for armor.
Yeah, that's why I was
I got you. You're good.
Let it down for her. Okay, so Nox, no bunnies. You've thrown your shoes to once or kicked them off, and you pulled your katana.
Katana.
Okay.
My other arm is around Serial's waist.
Okay, so you're like, okay, great. Okay, so that means it's Serial's turn. Actually, Serial.
I'll triple barrel shotgun the bunnies. Kaboom!
Okay.
And I'm in my rollerblades.
You had
So I
16
need
bunnies
not
coming
to-
at you. You had 16 bunnies coming at you, and I'm going to worry about whether any of them got to you.
They didn't because I have a full-on triple blast of.
Actually, two
Cerebus?
bunnies, two of the 16 bunnies actually got to you.
Great.
And one of them didn't get.
I showed them
One
my
of them
chest.
did one bunny did 1 point of damage to you.
I showed them my chest. Like, you will not hurt Nox. Like, I sacrifice my body. Like, I will show my abs. I will show them my tight abs and let the bunnies just gnaw on my muscle mass.
Well, the bunnies are hitting the leather between you and your abs, so
Nothing's.
the bunnies are going.
Like,
But one bunny, you feel one bunny. If you want, I'll have one bunny that got you, bit you on the nipple or something. I don't know.
That's great. I want you to know, I'm wrestling with a bunny, and I look back at Nox. I'm like, you'll never be hurt.
I am
Wow.
not impressed, but he still took bunny damage.
1 point of bunny damage. That's bad. Did I tell you about the poison? No, I'm just kidding.
How many bunnies did I just annihilate? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the.
I'm
bunny-
working on that. I'm working on that now. You fired an auto shotgun?
It's a what's it called, Turbo?
He said it was an auto shotgun.
It's called a Cerebus. It's a triple barrel auto shotgun that will drop all 30 rounds from a drum magazine. It's got full mag load tungsten spread rounds.
Okay. All the bunnies that were coming towards you have been annihilated, except for the one that's currently on your chest.
Ow!
Is kind of manly, but does look silly.
I might not make it. I might die here.
You've only got 24 bunnies left. And it's on to Too Tall. Too Tall puts on his bunny stomping shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I got a heavy pistol. That's about that. That's about it. My Marlin spike.
You have boots?
Yeah, I can use my boots. Yeah, let's just kick them.
Yeah, so you're
size 17.
Bunnies. Of the 24 bunnies that are left in the room right now, okay, 6 actually close with you, and we'll deal with the other ones later. So, yeah, that's going to leave us 18 bunnies. And you're just stomping on them?
Yeah, I'm stomping on them.
Yeah, they're not getting through, because I believe you're wearing armor jack?
Yep.
Heavy or light?
Light.
Okay, yeah, the bunnies are not getting through. Okay, so the bunnies, basically, you're stomping bunnies, and we're back up to Beast and then the bunnies. Beast, you have 18 bunnies left in the room, but you'll have to kind of go back to kill them.
Oh, they're dying.
Yeah, okay, so Beast, you are now laying waste to the remaining bunnies. Okay, the bunnies can't attack, can't get through to you, your armor's too good. I was really hoping to get Serial Killer and Nox in this one. But, any rate, so you have now stomped 100 bunnies. Okay. Anybody got anything they want to say at this point?
Hasta la vista, bunny.
Last bunny goes as somebody rips it off your chest and stomps on it.
No, the one that the one that we rip off. The one we rip off his chest, we put in a box.
Okay, perfect. Oh!
It's like a hand grenade. You just throw it back in the box and hope the pin doesn't come
hope
out
for the
again.
best. Okay. And about that point, Turbo, you get a call.
That may be the funniest thing I've ever said in my life.
Turbo, you get a call from Dr. Holly Goodnight, and she says, I just heard something disturbing from one of the con apps. Are you all right?
No problem here. It was a reactor leak. Nothing to see here. We'll be right back with you. Thank you.
From a movie?
And I'll just hang up.
Okay. You know how a mishmash of dead bunnies.
I will call back to the rest of the group. I would recommend lighting the place on fire and leaving.
Beast,
you probably don't want to burn down one of the most important and classy buildings in town.
Let's test their fire system.
They
I
have
don't
great,
live here. I don't care.
but here's the thing: they have
security
great.
is coming in, and they're basically using shotguns and pellet guns to shoot whatever bunnies they can get their hands on.
Oh, okay. Security's already in there. Then I just
Yeah.
say, make a quick retreat. There's a quick $100,000 inside that box.
Okay. Do you bring it back?
$250 million.
Yeah, we
Okay.
take the bunny back to biotech.
Okay, you get back to, I'll just sum because we're about to wrap up. You return to Biotechnica, and Dr. Goodnight is there, and she looks really, really concerned, but angry. And she turns around, and remember that kind of slimy-esque corporate guy, Edgar? He's there, and she says, "Tell them. Damn it, tell them. Don't make me hit you again." He's got a red patch in his face. And he goes, "All right. The pets that they stole were in prototype. They had some problems. We didn't expect anybody to steal them, for God's sake. The rabbits reproduce rapidly, so we would be able to have large groups of them, and we were planning to make them down the line the ecological basis for basically an ecosystem that foxes and wolves and things could eat. So they reproduce fast, but we found that they reproduce fast by eating flesh. So we were working on that." Yes.
We discovered that. Haunting. Straight haunting. Here's your bunny.
He
Give me
says,
money.
he like closes the box and holds it, and he says, "You didn't find the hedgehogs, did you?"
Here's a bunny. Give us money.
The money will be transferred to your fixer. For God's sake, please find the hedgehogs.
What does it do? Blow up?
He says, no, it developed that the spines are neurotoxic, and they're kind of like stonefish venom. They don't raise all the time, just sometime.
They
We
run.
weren't going to put them on the market yet.
What fractured realm of reality did you think this was a good idea?
Biogenetics is a business that has risks. We advertise the risk.
I walk up to him and slap his other cheek. Get your house in order. And I turn on my 6 and I skate out.
Okay. At that moment,
I'm still barefoot at this point. And
basically, Holly raises a box that's similar to the other boxes, and she says, "Good news, at least the cat wasn't taken." And she opens the box, and there's a black cat sitting in there. And it looks at all of you for a long time, and it finally says, "Frack you."
That's a good tag. Good tag.
And that's the tag.
Hey! What an awesome fun event.
You guys, okay, since you probably will never go back there again, let me tell you what you're walking into, because it was pretty scary. Okay, Experiment Cat, or TC0011, is a cat that sort of talks. They're going to keep that one. The hedgehog has neurotoxic spines that it raises when it feels threatened. but normally has soft spines. So when it raises the neurotoxic, you're suddenly injected with stonefish venom, basically. The fennec hears really well, and when it hears a threat or whatever, it camouflages itself and disappears. So it's not deadly, but it's really hard to find. The bunnies, F625, are designed basically to reproduce by eating flesh and then parthenogenesis. Okay? The flying squirrels, I'm not going to get into right now, but the hummingbirds attack in swarms. The dolphin I won't get into yet because you meet him later. And subject WFF92, the dog, is actually an enormous timber wolf with a boopable snout. And it doesn't do bad things to you at all. It likes you. It really likes you. And when it decides it loves you, it doesn't let you go. It follows you around, and it will grab portions of your body, clamp teeth like vises gently around your limbs so that you cannot get away, and it will follow you for days, whining. It didn't get enough love.
I attacked the wolf.
Yeah, and then finally, the was the worst. Unfortunately, I would end up messing things up, but I will send you guys the giraffe. Does anybody remember a long time ago, there was a commercial about a Russian oligarch who had a tiny giraffe that was about a foot tall? Nobody remembers that. One of my favorite commercials. I will send you a picture of it, but yes.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it.
I'm sending it right now to you guys en masse.
I'm so excited.
I'm going to send it to Jason that he can bounce it.
Perfect.
I think you mean Mikhail Prokofiev.
Red shirt. All right, we should bounce out. We should get out.
Absolutely.
Somebody take us out.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any rate, I will send you the picture of the Russian magnate mobster with his tiny 1 foot tall giraffe, which is what started this whole thing.
Great.
Yeah, the commercial I was thinking about this whole time.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That particular picture of the giraffe?
Yeah, I'll pass it around for sure.
Okay. Any rate, thank you guys for coming. We should do this again sometime. You are a real joy to run. I enjoy the hell out of it.
So fun.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks,
You did a good job staying awake all night. I know it's late there. You did a good job. You did good.
I'm fine. You guys.
No, not you, Mike. Beast. Beast was like.
Beast what is it now? About 2?
2 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's 1.
Well,
it's 1.
Thanks for hanging in there. And yeah, like I said, guys, this was great. We should talk a little bit later about maybe doing a regular once a month run.
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's go around the room here, and just everybody can talk about where people can catch you, and what you're up to. Just bring a little bit of attention to some of the projects that you're working on, and then Luke, if you can take us out. Let's start with John.
Let's see. We got a Kickstarter going on monsterfightclub.com right now for Ice Wilds, which is exciting, cool stuff. And then we are releasing the CyberPunk miniatures on the world. We just started shipping that out this week.
So awesome.
And remember, there's Team Monster miniatures. So
I was just saying, you get your very own Lucky Galante here. Come on.
Your very own serial killer.
Matthew Lillard.
Yep. My name is Matthew Lillard. I am at Matthew Lillard and on all things. I am one of the founders and proud owners of Beetle and Grimm's. We produced
It was apple juice.
We produce high-end D&D products. We sponsor and are very proud to sponsor Mists of the Realm, which, if you haven't watched, if you're on the stream tonight, Into the Mist is one of the best streaming games that is available right now on the web. Critical Role, be damned. They're fantastic. Yes, that's the Juggernaut. We all know that. But every week, Noura and Jason runs the game. Noura plays in the game. I've been lucky enough to sit in a couple times. It is one of the best games on the interweb, and I love being a part of their world, and it is a joy to be with them. But I'm also on a show called Good Girls, and please, everyone, in the name of all that's holy, no matter where you sit in the world, please vote. It is a right that is protected by people that sit on our borders right now as Americans, protecting your family, saving your family. It is a right as an American that should be respected because people have died for it. And you should, and Luke and Beast and Turbo and John have all served this country. And I appreciate every single one of you men for doing the work that goes unmentioned too often. So thank you for your sacrifice to this country. And please vote, whatever it is. I don't care who it is, but do your ancestors and the men and women who serve, pay them the respect they deserve by voting.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Noura?
Hi, I'm Noura Ibrahim. You can find me at Neurological on Instagram and Twitter, and I am on Into the Mist on Realmsmith TV on Mondays. I also play Princess Jasmine in our D&D Disney Princess game on Sundays on Damsels and Dice. Dice and Everything Nice on Twitch. And starting next week, Denver by Night is picking back up for Vampire the Masquerade on Q Times. So I'll be coming back as Dr. Nadia Malik, Ventru, for that game. And then I'm on a bunch of other stuff. Carnaby Street Case Files, which is our Call of Cthulhu game. That's a once-a-month game. Just follow me on social media, and I'll give you the updates on when that all airs. And I can't say it better than Matt did, so I'm just going to say yes, go out and vote, and thank you for everybody for your service and passing it on to the next person.
Awesome. Beast.
Hey, I'm Beast. I do beastly things. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. Had a great time playing with all y'all.
Mike, what does our Telsorian have coming up?
Hi, I'm Mike Pondsmith. I'm the guy who killed your Cyberpunk character and didn't kill yours today. Basically, our Telsorian is just releasing, and we've shipped off CyberPunk Red, a book which started out at 300 pages and now 450-something of really good stuff. If you want to know what happened between the 2020 period all the way up to roughly 2077, this is the place for even you guys playing the video game to go check in. We also want you to check out some really amazing figures that John has done over at Monster Fight Club, some really cool dice that are coming out from Q Workshop. Yes, my assistant told me that, which are also really beautiful. And we've got lots of other cool things. We are in the process of also about to ship off our referee screen and a whole bunch of adventures and cool stuff. And that's not counting all the tons and tons of Witcher RPG stuff we also do. So if you're a fan of the TV show The Witcher, we got you covered. Basically, the last thing I want to say is to add into what was said previously, go out and vote. It is not just a right, it is a duty. The world you get is the world that you are willing to put the work into, and people have died to have that right. So get out there and vote.
Thanks, Mike. Luke?
Hey, I just want to say that I'm very appreciative of everyone being here and joining us for Autumn Revel and Gary Con, and being able to continue the legacy of my father is a huge honor. Just such a pleasure to game with all of you guys and the other folks that I was able to game with so far this weekend. Coming up tomorrow, we have 3 awesome games. We have B. Dave Walters in the morning at noon Central Time, and Noura will be playing in that game. Then we have a game with James M. Ward, who is the author of the first science fiction role-playing game in Metamorphosis Alpha. He'll be running D&D. Yeah, Jim Ward is going to run D&D.
Say hi to Jim for me.
I would love to get you guys to play in a game together. We have to make that happen. I would love that, especially
one day.
If you run Cyberpunk for him, or if he runs Metamorphosis Alpha. I think that would be like Amazing,
Awesome.
great stuff. I would love it. But he's going to run D&D tomorrow. He's going to run D&D a la as my dad would run it. And I expect Jim will be a little bit meaner than other people.
Your dad was pretty mean to begin with on it. He was good.
He was. I was his kid, so maybe he cut me a break every once in a while.
Yeah. I cut Cody a break too.
Yeah, it's probably true. And then we're wrapping up with Stefan Pokorny bat and cleanup on Sunday night. It'll be the continued adventures of Bingo Shortwick. But again, none of this could be possible without all of you people playing, everybody watching, and the sponsors who make it possible, and our vendors. So thank you very much today for Sirenscape and Steamforged Games for their generosity, and for everyone who donated. We are over $3,000 for Extra Life, which is just absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. Please join us tomorrow. And remember, get your badges for GaryCon, whether you're coming to Lake Geneva or going to play worldwide or out there on tabletop events. And let's do some more gaming and have some more fun.
Awesome. And I am Jason Azevedo, your Dungeon Master for Realmsmith. You can catch us on Into the Mist every Monday except tomorrow because it's Canadian Thanksgiving. But yeah, you can catch us every Monday at 7 o'clock Eastern. And we are going to have Noura, of course, for the rest of the season, and we will have Matthew Lillard back in the next couple weeks. So we're very excited to have you guys back. It is an honor, guys, to not only play with friends, and I can call the people in the room friends, in the virtual room, but also legends. And I'm honored and blessed to be able to do that and to have you guys on our channel. It has been a pleasure to host, and we'll see you again, guys, in the same.
Shout out to Turbo. Shout out to Turbo.
Shout out to Turbo.
Thank you, brother.
We love you,
He
bud.
can't talk about what he's doing because it's
Top secret.
Turbo-esque.
Yeah.
We love you, Turbo. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you,
You have a wonderful night.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of Autumn Revel, and you guys have a wonderful week. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves.
Take care. And remember, we all got to talk about doing this again.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Good night, guys.
You guys.
Cheers.
Good night, everybody.